Chapter 127, The King's Justice. King's Landing, 298 AC. Shiera looked upon her family back on the throne, a strange experience for her. It would have felt even stranger if her nephew were actually sitting on the throne, but she understood his reasons for waiting. She, too, was grappling with her own challenges as she settled back into life in King's Landing. Ghosts seemed to linger everywhere she walked, reminding her of the sadness she felt for those she had left behind all those years ago. Watching her nephew spar was like witnessing Daemon or Igor, Daeron, or even Brynden himself. Especially when Jaehaerys wielded Dark Sister, memories flooded back. On one or two occasions, she had even seen him wield Blackfire, stirring feelings she preferred to keep buried. When he confided in her about his intentions regarding the mummer, a part of her couldn't help but think of Brynden and the Weeping Ridge. Another Blackfire falling to House Targaryen, though this one deserved it far more than Daemon had, made her consider raising an objection. Yet, she welcomed his desire for them all to witness it together. They were a family, the last remaining scions of House Targaryen, and they needed to end him as one. Her nephew radiated a power she had never seen before, not in herself, Brynden, or even in the warlocks and sorcerers of As High. She felt grateful that it was he who wielded such strength, knowing all too well what could happen with power if one's heart wasn't pure. Had she needed any evidence that he was the right person for such a gift, his joy at seeing her and Dany, his kindness toward Tyrion, and what he had accomplished with Dragonstone would have been more than enough. Yet, it was his recent encounter with Aemon Targaryen that occupied her thoughts as they flew toward King's Landing. For the first time since the dance, there were 5 dragon riders soaring through the sky, and her family was reunited, stronger in magic than they had ever been. When he had come to her and shared his thoughts, she felt the weight of history shifting beneath them. What he believed, she thought, shown her the pendant and the books. She knew it would work, so she backed him completely, even when Dany and Tyrion did not. "I tell you, all this will work, the blood of the dragon," Jaehaerys said. "You're trying to say that Aemon can be made young again?" That's just madness," Dany replied. "Is it? Then explain our aunt, Dany." "It's magic, not madness, and we live now in a world that's full of it." "But this? Surely not." Tyrion interjected. "Aunt?" Jaehaerys looked to her for support. "Our nephew is right," she said. "There are few limits to what magic can do, I'm proof of that. The dragons themselves are the epitome of it. I've read the books, and though the pendant Jay has is much different than others I've seen, I believe it will work." "And what? Be a glamour? Allow our uncle to look younger while he is anything but?" Dany asked, her concern for her aged uncle evident. "It's not a glamour, Dany. As long as he wears this, he won't be ravaged by time. It'll be as if he's young again," Jaehaerys explained. "Immortality? You're speaking of immortality?" Tyrion said incredulously. "No, that's not quite what it does," she replied softly. She had seen the stunned looks on all the faces, except for hers and Jaehaerys's, when it had worked. Even Aemon had been taken aback by the image he now presented. To tell the truth, she was stunned as well, though for very different reasons. Aemon looked so much like him, if it weren't for his eyes and the absence of a birthmark, she would have said she was looking at Brynden reborn. As they circled the dragon pit, she resolved to get to know Aemon once more. The last thing the realm needed was another blood raven, she thought bitterly. The ride to the Red Keep felt strange, 5 Targaryens, 3 bearing the Valyrian features, looking, she had no doubt, like so many of the kings, queens, and princesses of their lineage. The past felt distant, yet each of them was as different from the others as could be. Shiera had never truly been a princess. Dany had spent so long away from her royal duties that she found it difficult to embrace her role now. Aemon, on the other hand, had turned down a crown rather than become a king. He had chosen a chain over a title, and she wondered if he would feel comfortable being a prince again. As for her 2 nephews, Tyrion was discovering what it meant to be a prince of the blood, while Jaehaerys was doing his best to step into the role of king. A smile crossed her face as they reached the Red Keep. This was not the group most would envision to usher in a new era, yet perhaps they were the only ones truly capable of it. "I'll have a room organized for you, Uncle. Perhaps tonight we can eat as a family." "I'd like you all to meet my wife," Jay said. "I thought the marriage hadn't taken place yet, Your Grace." Aemon replied, and Dany noticed a slight frown on her nephew's face. "Please, Uncle, call me Jay." "We're family," Jay insisted. "Of course, Jay," Aemon replied. "Margaery and I married under the old gods, Uncle, a number of years ago," Jay continued, and she heard Tyrion chuckle. "Our nephew fancies himself another conciliator, Uncle, and Margaery another Alysanne," Tyrion joked, prompting laughter from both Dany and Aemon. "Or perhaps I was just being impulsive and wanted something that belonged only to us," Jaehaerys said, and Aemon playfully slapped him on the back. "As was your right to do so, nephew." "I look forward to meeting my good niece," Aemon said with a smile. "I do too," Dany added, her own smile brightening her face. Shiera noticed how Jaehaerys immediately relaxed at their words. They placed Aemon in a room just a few doors down from her own, with Jay insisting on keeping one room empty for him so that family could be together. She bid them farewell for now and headed to her own room, eager to rest and read. However, no sooner had she sat down than there was a knock at her door. The door creaked open, and Shiera was not surprised to see Aemon standing there. She welcomed him inside, but his gaze was so intense that she couldn't help but feel a mix of annoyance and nervousness. "Forgive me, Shiera," Aemon said, his voice warm. "I find it hard not to stare at you, at our kin, even at the walls of this place. I long to let my eyes roam and take in everything I can, while I can." It suddenly dawned on her that he had been blind for many years. "How long has it been?" she asked gently. 8 and 10, 9 and 10, he replied, his brow furrowed in thought. "I'm not certain when I lost it completely. I'd been seeing less and less for years, and one day I woke up to darkness. I never dreamed I would see again, that I would feel no aches and pains. But then, I never imagined I would fly a dragon and experience this bond inside. I feel complete, Shiera, in a way I've never felt before." Shiera understood exactly what he meant. She had felt it the moment she held Regal in her arms, and she sensed that the dragon felt it too. They were never meant to be riderless. Despite her frustration with the actions of her kin to bring them back into the world, she now understood the strength of that desire. "I imagine you have questions," she said, looking at the young man before her, who occasionally ran his fingers through his hair as if it were silk. "Just one," Aemon replied. "For me, it's been almost 90 years, she said, touching the ruby pendant around her neck. Aemon gasped in surprise. "And you feel as I do, as if you were young once more?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "I've never felt any different, Aemon," she admitted. The truth was, she hadn't felt any change since she had discovered the pendant and realized its power. She had never aged or experienced the ravages of time, so she had nothing to compare it to. "You should ask Jay to show you the book, Dany's journal. The passage on the pendant is clear, it explains it far better than I can." "He retrieved it?" Aemon inquired, his curiosity piqued. "He did, and he'll need our guidance, Aemon. Magic is a tempting mistress, more tempting than even I was in my youth." "Brynden?" Aemon asked, and she nodded sadly. "He's lost himself to it. I won't let our nephew do the same." "Nor will I," Aemon replied firmly. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Ned hurriedly arranged the meal. Soon, they would be having a much larger family gathering, as Arya was due to arrive in a day or two, with Winifred and Willa coming even sooner. He knew how much Robb longed to see his betrothed again. As for himself, Elle would be arriving by the end of the week, and he felt a swell of eagerness to be reunited with his wife. He was grateful that the war had ended as quickly as it did. He had missed the birth of one of his children because of it, and he had promised himself he wouldn't miss another. Yet, as he prepared for the meal, he felt a knot of nervousness. He wondered how Cregan would receive the offer. Would it seem like a poor substitute for what the boy truly deserved? What he was entitled to? True, Cregan had repeatedly insisted that he had no desire to push his claim or take Winterfell and the North, but it was still his by right. Ned knew that despite his feelings for Winifred, Robb would relinquish his claim if asked, but that request had never come. Cregan had seemed horrified by even the idea of becoming Lord of the North. Would being Lord of Sea Dragon Point feel like a letdown in comparison? He didn't know, and could only hope he was making the right decision. Relax, father. He'll either accept it and see it for what it is, or he won't want any part of it, Robb said. Ned chuckled. When did my son get so wise? He asked, a smirk still on his face. When my father allowed me to go to White Harbor, Robb replied. Ned replied, and as he heard a knock on the door, he opened it to find Cregan standing there. His nephew was beginning to resemble Brandon more with each passing day. Come in, nephew. Is Dusk not with you? Ned asked. No, uncle. He, Ghost, Fawn, and Grey Wind are with Lya in the Kingswood. It seems the pack wanted to hunt, and His Grace had them escorted to the gates, Cregan explained as he stepped into the room. Ned smiled at the thought. The wolves were running free now, with only Nymeria, Summer, and Frost missing from the pack, and one of those would soon arrive. Taking a seat, they began their meal. It was simple enough, far less formal than the meals Jaehaerys had described, which he had been forced to endure. They chatted about Ashara's arrival the day before and Arya's upcoming visit. Cregan looked forward to seeing his cousin as much as Ned was eager to have his daughter close to him once more. Your mother, is she settling in well? Ned asked. She is, uncle. She and Lord Geryon are spending a quiet night together, Cregan replied. Father, Robb said, and Ned nodded in acknowledgement. Cregan, I do have an ulterior motive for inviting you to dinner. It's not that I don't welcome your company, but I want to discuss your future, Ned said, noticing the boy's sigh. I told you both, I don't want it, Cregan said. I know that, lad, Ned replied. But things are about to change, whether we want them to or not. Your mother will soon no longer need to hide who she is. I'm sure my nephew will be eager for her to be herself again, as I have no doubt Lady Ashera wishes the same. I've asked him to hold off on some matters so we could talk first, so I could present this offer to you. I know you don't wish for Winterfell, he said, raising his hand when Cregan began to interrupt. What my father is trying to say, though not very well, Robb added with a chuckle, is that we'd like to name you. Jon has offered to help fund a keep at Sea Dragon Point, and we need a loyal and capable man there. We'd like you to take on the role of Admiral of the North's Western Fleet to help protect our trading routes. You would be head of your own house, a lordly house, Robb said. Ned noticed the shock and surprise on Cregan's face as he considered the offer. Thankfully, he hadn't turned it down outright. I don't know what to say, Cregan replied, looking between them. Would this cause an issue? Would your bannermen see this as a chance to use me? Ned reassured him. His Grace said you could, if you wish, form a new house, a cadet branch of House Stark. It would be no different than House Karstark. In fact, this could solve many issues with our bannermen. They would see Brandon's son treated as he deserves, respected and welcomed into the North. Robb added, it would also give us a chance to get to know each other better. Winterfell is less than a week from where your keep would be, and Bear Island is even closer. Cregan shook his head, still a little stunned. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything tonight, Cregan, Ned encouraged. Think it over and speak with your mother. If you decide to accept, you could come with us when we head back north. You'd have the chance to visit Winterfell and see the lands for yourself, even help with the design and placement of the keep. Cregan nodded slowly. I thank you for the offer, uncle. It's very generous. I need time to think and to process this. It's so unexpected. I never thought I'd be offered something like this. That's quite all right, nephew. Just take your time and let me know what you decide. As Cregan left that night, he felt a sense of hope, believing he may have finally done something right for once. He hoped he would accept the offer, not only because he wanted to have his nephew close, but also because he had no other idea how to appease people regarding the truth of Brandon's son. He had kept it to himself for so long, which was understandable. But now that he finally knew, he realized that, even if his reasons were right, it might not be wise to stay silent. If he revealed the truth with a solid plan in place, it would be much easier to convince his bannermen. I think he'll accept it, father, Robb said. I hope so, son, Ned replied. It took 2 days, along with Arya's arrival, for Cregan to come to him. He approached with his mother, expressing his gratitude and confirming that he would indeed become Lord of Sea Dragon Point if the offer still stood. As for Arya, gods, it was like looking at Lyanna reborn. The resemblance was striking, especially considering the stories he had heard about the Ironborn attacks and what she had done to Theon Greyjoy. Ned had needed to restrain Robb when they encountered his former friend. If there had ever been any doubt about Lyanna being kidnapped and held against her will, or if he had ever believed she had truly been raped, then Arya's actions had proven that impossible. You're sure you're unhurt? He asked her as they walked down the halls to the royal apartments. Of course I am. Nymeria warned me, father, and I used my knife, Arya replied. He stopped and hugged her again, relieved to feel her embrace in return. My wild she-wolf, he said, noticing her smile. I'm so very proud of you, Arya. So very proud. They entered the rooms and found Jaehaerys waiting for them. For once, his nephew was alone, and Ned could see how much that pleased Arya. It was rare these days to find him unaccompanied, as he often spent his time with his wife, his family, or with Lord Gerion's daughter, Joy, since her arrival. John! Arya shouted, and Ned moved to correct her but never got the chance. Little wolf, Jaehaerys said, swinging her into the air. Arya's laughter filled the room as she called the king stupid, making Ned shake his head and smile warmly. King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaime gazed at Daisy, her swollen belly indicating their growing family, as she slept peacefully beside him. He had spent most of the night simply watching her, soaking in the joy of having her back in his arms. The sight of Daisy and Joanna filled him with relief and uplifted his spirit, making him wonder how he had endured the time apart. Yet, as it turned out, it hadn't been as long as he felt. They had been separated for less than 6 moons. That was how long it had taken him to win a throne and establish a new life, one that they would now share. He had nearly completed renovations on the Tower of the Hand, reconfiguring the rooms for better layout and comfort. He filled the space with books, toys for Joanna, and training equipment for Daisy, knowing she would want to spar once she was able. Jaime had spared no expense in making it as comfortable as possible for his family, and the thought of a growing family brought a smile to his face. Suddenly, he felt a playful slap on his head and turned to see Daisy looking down at him, amusement in her eyes. Don't you have somewhere you need to be? She asked, rolling her eyes. No, here is where I want to be, he replied, a touch of petulance in his voice. Jaime, you have arrangements to make, a king to crown, remember? I don't want to meet with the fat man. Gods, he drones on and on. His little barbed comments about whether his grace is truly faithful or how important the faith is, it's infuriating. Jaime, she said, trying her best to sound reproachful. The faith is the pillar of our society, Lord Hand. We must ensure that the crown and the faith are united, he said, mimicking the man's tone, which made Daisy laugh. Yet it is up to the Lord Hand to see that the arrangements are made, she pointed out. Let Olenna handle it, he said, moving closer and snuggling up to her. We'd better not, the faith already thinks Jay is a... What will they think if your great-grandmother murders the High Septon? Dany said, and Jaime burst out laughing. This was exactly what he needed, his wife giving him a nudge when he felt reluctant to face the day. Joanna had a way of making him smile, especially when she played with her toys while he sifted through dull paperwork. Whenever he glanced at Dany's swollen belly, thoughts of their new baby brightened even his darkest days, lifting the weight of work off his shoulders. Fine, I'll tackle some of this work then, he said, planting a kiss on her before getting up from the bed. After dressing and checking in on Joanna, who was still asleep, he made his way to his office. He reviewed the tasks ahead, papers to sign, meetings to attend, and one in particular that he actually looked forward to. Still, he pushed through as much as he could before the fat man arrived, struggling through that meeting. He reassured him, saying that the future queen would no doubt be seeking him out soon regarding the wedding. The issues surrounding the coronation weren't too difficult to resolve. The High Septon was more interested in seeing that Jaime cared about the faith, or that the queen did, rather than lamenting Jay's own lack of concern. Once the meeting was over, Jaime returned to his work before breaking for lunch with Dany and Joanna. He was pleased to find Dany's family and Tyrion joining them. He missed working with his brother, and although Tyrion helped when he could, Jaime knew he was just passing time until he could travel to Dorne. He knew Tyrion hoped Arianne would come to swear fealty, but with Oberyn already there, it wouldn't happen. It would be Tyrion who traveled to Dorne before the wedding, giving him the first chance to meet her, rather than earlier as he wished. "You're going to the small council meeting?" Tyrion asked as they walked down the halls. "Aye, and what about you?" Jaime replied. "Meeting with Dany and Aemon." Tyrion smiled and said, "It's good, with you and them." "Aye, strange but good. Dany and I are closer after the trip to the Wall. As for Aemon, I've never known a man with so much knowledge. I could sit and listen to him discuss books for days," Jaime replied. "Have you spoken to Jerian?" Tyrion asked. "Aye, he's much better, brother. Having Joy here, and Ashera too, has helped," Jaime said, a hint of longing in his voice, revealing his thoughts. "When are you heading to Dorne?" Tyrion smirked. "I'm not going until after the coronation," Jaime responded, catching Tyrion's gaze. "I want her to come to the wedding, and Jay suggested that perhaps a dragon ride might make it easier." Tyrion nodded. "I wish you good fortune, brother." Turning away from Tyrion, Jaime made his way up the stairs and into the small council room, realizing he was the last to arrive. Jay, Margaery, Olenna, Ser Richard, Barristan, and Oberyn were already there, with Oberyn appearing much happier since Ellaria had arrived. "Really, Lord Hand, this is quite tardy of you," Jay said with a smile. "Forgive me, Your Grace, but I was only following your lead," Jaime replied, noticing Olenna roll her eyes. He had said the same thing to Jay the day before when he had been so preoccupied with joy that he kept everyone waiting. "Well, please ensure it doesn't happen again, Lord Hand." "Tardiness is apparently a serious matter," Jay said as he took his seat. "Indeed it is, Your Grace. I promise to try harder in the future, just as Your Grace promised yesterday," Jaime responded, eliciting laughter from the group. He settled into his seat and glanced at the notes in front of Jay. So far, they had discussed minor matters, some small appointments, and the realm in general. Today, it seemed much more serious if the king was bringing notes. Jaime anticipated that as they got closer to the coronation, the discussions would become increasingly important. As the coronation approached, Jaime felt a surge of excitement about the plans that were about to be discussed. "Before we get started," Jay said, "I've drawn up some thoughts, including appointments, changes, and other matters I wish to address. In this room, I want us to speak freely. Let's set aside titles and formalities once we begin. I won't have us sitting around worrying about those when we should be focused on our plans and decisions instead." Jaime noticed Oberyn nodding in agreement. "Aye, nephew, let's not waste time," Oberyn added. Jaime wondered if Oberyn's readiness to agree was due to the absence of formalities or the fact that his paramour was present. Firstly, Sir Richard, if you please, the state of the realm. The north, west, and reach are completely secure and stand behind you, Sir Richard reported. The Riverlands, while not in disarray, are disunited and uncertain about their future. The loyal houses who supported you are curious about how you'll handle those who backed House Tully. The Stormlords are worried you might strip House Baratheon of its rights, and Dorne is concerned about the loss of so many lords and knights. As for the Vale and the Iron Islands, you're skipping over the Crownlands? Olenna interjected. They are remarkably unaffected, my lady, Sir Richard replied. In the Iron Islands, the Kingsmoot has yet to take place, while the Vale still awaits your next moves. Lord Royce? Jay asked. He is en route, Sir Richard confirmed. Very well. The Reach, West, Dorne, and North require no input from the Crown other than to reward those who fought for me, Jay stated. We can address that over the next few days, and I believe, in the case of the Reach and Dorne, it has already been done. It has, Jaime affirmed. As for the West, I'll discuss it with Lord Jaime in private, and I will handle the North with my uncle. Any thoughts on the Vale? Who is next in line for House Arryn? Olenna asked. House Arryn will end. Olenna, they'll never rule the Vale again, Jay said firmly. What about Harold Harding, Jay? Sir Richard asked. I won't have an Arryn as my Warden of the East or as a liege of one of my kingdoms, not even one so far removed from the line, Jay replied. What about House Royce? Sir Richard inquired, looking at Jay. Lord Yohn is a good man. He didn't raise his arms against my uncle, but I need to meet him and assess him first. House Grafton has always been loyal to my family, and if I don't choose Royce, then I'll name them. Unless there are objections? Jay looked around the room. You'll leave Sir Harold as Lord of the Eyrie? Margaery asked. You were right about that, Jay said, nodding. As for the Stormlands, I intend to name my cousin as Lord Paramount. Renly still hasn't recovered, and based on Sir Richard's information, he's a bad choice, Jay continued. So you'll name a girl? Olenna asked, raising an eyebrow. I will, Olenna. We'll appoint a regent, but Shireen is the best choice. Both my aunts speak highly of her, and she's trueborn, Jay explained. Sir Davos, Jay, he's the best choice for regent, Sir Richard suggested, and Jay nodded in agreement. The Iron Islands need to be brought to heel, but I wish to speak to Asha Greyjoy first, Jay said next. You intend to name a woman Lord Reaper? Oberyn smirked. Sir Richard tells me Asha is a different sort, and she might be a good choice. I need to see how she reacts to her brother's fate first, Jay replied. You'll take his head? Olenna asked, her tone sharp. After what he tried to do to Arya? Had she not already taken his manhood, then I'd take that first, Jay said angrily. Jaime observed Margaery as she reached over to stroke Jay's arm, watching how quickly it relaxed him. He tried not to smirk, knowing he was just the same. Euron and Victarion may be a problem, Jay. Euron especially. He's been calling himself king of the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea, Sir Richard said. Then he'll be in for a big surprise. We don't have room in Westeros for more than one king, Jay replied, earning a nod from Olenna. The Riverlands, Jay? Richard asked. House Blackwood, Jaime, Jay answered. He noticed the varied reactions around the table. Olenna and Oberyn appeared skeptical, while Margaery seemed fully on board. Given his own limited knowledge, Jay wasn't entirely sure it was the best idea. He had heard of the long-standing feud between the Blackwoods and the Brackens. House Bracken won't like it, Jay, Oberyn pointed out, voicing the unspoken concerns. No, but my queen has come up with a solution for that, Jay said proudly. Margaery? Olenna asked, surprised. Marriage, grandmother. Lord Tytos's heir to Lord Jonos's daughter. Both sides fought for J. House Blackwood even came to House Bracken's aid when they were besieged. They marched together, did they not, Sir Richard? Margaery explained. They did, but weddings have been attempted between them in the past, and none succeeded in getting them to agree, my queen, Richard replied. Never was the son of that union in line to be a Lord Paramount, Margaery added, and even Jaime nodded in agreement. Does anyone object? Jay asked, observing the nods indicating no one did. Good. Next, we come to the council itself. As he walked back to his room, Jay felt a sense of satisfaction with the day's work. Many of the ideas he and Jay had discussed years earlier were finally coming to fruition. Changes were soon to be made regarding the protection of the crown and the composition of the small council. The fact that some of his suggestions had been turned down only added to his happiness. Jay was taking his advice, along with Oberyn's, Olenna's, and especially Margaery's. Yet, ultimately, it was his own choices that he was moving forward with. It was the best of both worlds, a king with a clear vision for the future. He envisioned a future where he would lead with an open mind, willing to listen and consider better ideas from others. He wasn't afraid to admit when he was wrong or when someone else had a better perspective. However, he also refused to be pressured into decisions that went against what he believed was right. They had discussed the fate of Theon Greyjoy near the end of their meeting. Despite his personal feelings about the man, Jaime had ultimately come to a different conclusion. His responsibilities as Hand of the King had taken precedence over his roles as a father and husband. Would it not be best to let Theon live? Perhaps allow him to take the black? Jaime suggested as the meeting was winding down. Why? Margaery replied, her annoyance evident at the thought of letting a would-be rapist walk free. Jaime understood her anger, but he knew that politics often required a different approach. We could manage his sister more easily if he lived, he explained. No, Greyjoy dies. And yes, before you ask, I do have personal reasons for wanting him dead. It was my little sister he tried to assault. Even without that, I would still want to see him lose his head. Any man who seeks to harm a woman in such a way deserves the harshest punishment. Losing his manhood is not enough, the wall is not enough. Ask any woman, and I wager they'd agree with me, Jaime. But Greyjoy's crimes go beyond that. He was a hostage, bound by his father's behavior, and he chose to escape. Not content with that, he participated in an attack on the very lands that his imprisonment was meant to protect. As he entered his chambers, he heard his wife laughing with Joanna. A sense of eagerness filled him for both the night ahead and the day to come. Finally, he was beginning to enjoy his work. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Sansa found the Red Keep to be a vastly different place when she stayed there rather than just visiting. She much preferred this more permanent residence, although she was still adjusting to the extra guards around her and the 4 assigned by her brother. Jon had explained that she needed to be seen with the black and red cloaks of the Royal Guard from now on. Sansa was struggling to adjust to the fact that her brother was now officially king. While he had held the title for some time, the reality of it brought a new level of formality. Protocols, propriety, and the need to address him differently in public were all challenging, especially as she was still getting used to calling him Jay instead of Jon. She often stumbled over the names, but her brother, noticing her struggle, had simply told her to call him brother, just as he still referred to her as his little sister. Despite her attempts, she often reverted to the familiar names. Tonight, however, was different. She would be meeting his family, his other family, and the thought made her nervous. Since her arrival, she had only seen Daenerys and Shiera briefly, without any formal introductions. It wasn't due to hesitation on either side, they had simply all been too busy. But tonight, she and Margaery would finally be introduced to Jay's family, and her nerves began to surface again. Would they like her? And if they didn't, how would that affect her relationship with Jon? Deep down, She doubted it would change anything, but a small voice in her head refused to be silenced. "Are you ready?" Margaery asked, and Sansa felt a wave of relief. She was glad her friend had come to walk with her to the private dining rooms instead of letting her go alone. She had half expected Margaery to accompany Jay, but was grateful to find out she would join her instead. Sansa replied shakily. "Don't be nervous," Margaery said, looking at her and taking her hand. "How are you not?" Sansa asked, and Margaery responded with a grin. "Because I know Jay. He seems happy to have them here." "Sansa, do you really think he would be if they were terrible, horrible people?" "No," Sansa admitted, feeling herself relax a little. "No," Margaery echoed, smiling. As they walked, Margaery began to share more about Willas's recent appointment. Sansa could hear the pride in her friend's voice, and she felt a sense of comfort in Margaery's presence as they prepared to meet Jay's family. Jon spoke with a warmth that made Sansa feel at ease. He deserved a seat on the small council, more than anyone else in her opinion. At first, she had worried that his new role would mean she wouldn't see him as often. The same anxiety had crept in regarding Margaery. The thought of being in Highgarden without both of them was unsettling. But Jay had reassured her that she could stay here if she wanted to continue her fostering. On top of that, Margaery had invited her to be one of her ladies-in-waiting, which she gladly accepted. "We're here," Margaery said, prompting Sansa to clear her mind. She took a deep breath and walked inside, where she found Jon standing with his aunts and uncles. If she had thought the brief glimpses of the Targaryens had done them justice, she realized now just how mistaken she had been. They were truly beautiful. Standing next to Jon's aunts, she felt like a silly, ugly little girl. Their silver hair shimmered, Daenerys had striking violet eyes, and Shiera's mismatched ones reminded her of Tyrion's, yet looked so different on her face. As for Aemon, despite Margaery's explanations, he remained a mystery. The man before her was nearly 100 days old yet appeared younger than her father. "Margaery, Sansa, my aunts Daenerys Stormborn and Shiera Seastar. Aunts, this is my wife Margaery and my little sister Sansa Stark," Jon introduced them, smiling as he looked around. "Princess," Margaery greeted. "Your Grace," Daenerys replied, and Sansa watched as Jon introduced his uncles. Margaery engaged them in conversation while Jon held her hand, and soon Sansa came face to face with the youngest of the two women. "Jay has told me so much about you, Sansa. It's wonderful to finally meet the little sister he speaks so highly of," Dany said, her friendly smile putting Sansa at ease. "Princess," Sansa said, offering a curtsy. "Call me Dany," the princess replied, and Sansa smiled back, repeating her name. That night, as she walked back to her room, Sansa felt a mix of excitement and apprehension about what lay ahead. She felt like she was floating on air. Daenerys was unlike anyone she had ever met, except for the Mormonts and Prince Oberyn's daughters. While Shiera embodied the essence of a lady, Dany was both that and something else entirely. Soon, she and Margaery found themselves playfully teasing Jon. Her brother practically beamed all night, radiating happiness. Sansa watched him as he admired Margaery, who enchanted both his aunts and uncle. He smiled as he listened to Dany recount her adventures in Essos, and each time their eyes met, she could see how delighted he was that everyone was getting along so well. The next morning, as she broke her fast, Sansa eagerly awaited Willas's arrival for their walk. While the Red Keep was not as beautiful as Highgarden and far less pleasant to her senses, she still enjoyed the new views it offered. When she heard a knock on her door, she opened it to find Willas standing there, his smile instantly reflected on her face. Fong had returned from her hunt, but Nymeria's arrival had led them back to the Kingswood. Sansa could feel the wolves' eagerness to spend time with those they cared for. "My lady, shall we?" Willas asked, extending his arm. Sansa took it, ready to join him. In King's Landing, 298 AC, the crowning of a king was on the horizon. Margaery found meeting Jay's family to be far less nerve-wracking than she had anticipated. She wondered if that was because she was confident in his feelings for her, or if she simply sensed that they would be people she would like. She understood how Jay felt about the other side of his family and how they felt about him. Knowing he cared for them, she suspected they would be just as warm as the Starks, despite their obvious physical differences. She looked forward to getting to know them better, though she felt a twinge of nervousness about Daenerys being named the Princess of Dragonstone. It wasn't just about the woman herself. Jay's aunt had made her loyalty to him very clear. It was more about the message it sent to the realm. Instead of naming a future heir, her husband had chosen his aunt as the holder of the island. Jay had explained this to her after her grandmother had raised the issue. "Our children," he said, and she felt a brief flutter at the thought of having more than one. "Will be well provided for, Marge. My family made a mistake with Dragonstone. It should always belong to our house, but it needs to be our house, not the Crown Prince's." "I don't understand," she replied. "House Targaryen and the crown are intertwined, but that's a bad thing. If the crown falls, then the house falls too. Most houses don't lose their identity after a war, Marge. Some do, but not most. I want ours to be different. House Targaryen of Dragonstone and House Targaryen of King's Landing should be separate but united." "And our children?" she asked, curious. "I intend to rebuild Summerhall for our firstborn," Jay said, and she looked at him, puzzled as to why he hadn't specified son. "Firstborn? You hope for more than one?" she said, laughing. "Numerous, many, countless," he replied, kissing her each time, making her laugh but also filling her with a little worry. "What if I? Together, Marge." "Always," he assured her. "Always," she echoed, kissing him deeply. In planning for the wedding, her grandmother had emphasized the importance of producing heirs. She understood how society viewed things. A marriage without heirs was often seen as a failure, especially a royal one. Yet, she felt nervous, frightened, even, at the thought of childbirth. She knew Jay shared her apprehension, so she was surprised when he agreed that they needed to wait. The older she was, the more likely she would have a successful birth. Jay's mother had been her age, and it worried him. Margaery smiled to herself as she thought about having children, many, countless children, she imagined. But she also wanted some time just for the two of them, and to her relief, Jay shared that wish. As she sat in the great September, her mind often drifted. They would be married in less than a moon, and from that day forward, they would be together for the rest of their lives. It was a dream she cherished more than anything, and the thought of sharing a bed with her husband filled her mind more often than not. Her heart raced at the idea of lying next to him, leaving her breathless. Sometimes, at night, she would close her eyes, her fingers lightly brushing her breast as she pretended they were Jay's touch. She wondered if he was in his bed, doing the same, and the thought excited her. She didn't need anyone to tell her that he longed for it too. She could see it in his eyes every time they kissed and he gazed into hers. Each day they spent together, each night they lay beside one another, every kiss, every gentle touch, made it increasingly difficult to resist surrendering to her desires. Yet, she felt a twinge of fear. What if it was uncomfortable or awkward? What if she couldn't please him, or he couldn't please her? She had shared these worries only with her mother. Though her grandmother could have offered guidance, Margaery believed her mother was better suited for this kind of advice. "You have nothing to fear, sweetling," her mother reassured her. "I've seen how Jaehaerys looks at you. There's no way you could ever displease him, and I'd say the same goes for how you feel about him." "I do, but I don't. I mean, when we lay together, Mother, I don't know what I'm supposed to do." "What are we supposed to do?" "As I'm sure neither does he, Margaery. Despite what some may say, it's better that way. You'll learn together, enjoy together, and yes, at times, you might not enjoy it as much. But I have no doubt you will find pleasure in each other. In your husband's arms and he in yours." Margaery recalled the book her mother had given her, filled with advice on what to expect. Just the thought of sharing that intimacy with Jay made her break into a light sweat, sending those familiar flutters through her stomach. Some days, she caught herself wondering if he had a little book of his own. As she sat in the grand September, her gaze fell on him, standing there in his black and red tunic. Her eyes drifted down to his tight leather breeches, and her heart raced once more, a fleeting image of tearing them off flashing through her mind. "All rise," the High Septon commanded. Margaery stood shakily, doing her best to compose herself. Jaime stood beside Daisy, holding Joanna's hand, as they watched the High Septon approach Jay, the bowl of oil in hand. "Kneel," the High Septon instructed, and Jaime felt his breath quicken. He glanced at the Kingsguard, 3 facing 3, swords drawn, their white cloaks as pristine as ever. Part of him felt a pang of jealousy. In another life, he might have stood with them, ready to welcome the new king. But as Joanna tightened her grip on his hand, he knew he wouldn't change his place for anything. "We have gathered here today in this sacred place to crown a king," the High Septon announced. "To place upon the head and shoulders of the rightful Lord of the 7 Kingdoms a crown and the responsibility that goes with it. Each of us, every man, woman, and child, now falls under his protection, his love, and his governance, and we do so willingly here today in the sight of the most devout. Jaehaerys Targaryen, do you promise to uphold the law?" "I do," Jay replied. "Do you promise to protect the innocent?" "I do." "To uphold the faith?" "I do." "With this holy oil, I do anoint you." Jaime watched as the hot oil was poured over Jay's head, noting that he didn't flinch or move as it was done. He looked on proudly as the pillow bearing the crown was carried forward, the crown of the conqueror himself. Gasps filled the air as onlookers caught their first glimpse of it, the Valyrian steel circlet shimmering under the light streaming through the crystal dome of the Great September. "We, the people of the 7 Kingdoms, do hereby name you, Jaehaerys Targaryen, the 3rd of your name, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, Protector of the realm. We name you King of the Unveils, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. We name you our king from this day until your last," the High Septon proclaimed loudly as he placed the crown on Jay's head. Jaime scanned the room. Margaery beamed with joy, and surprisingly, so did Ned Stark. It wasn't that he shouldn't smile, it was just that Jaime couldn't recall ever seeing such a genuine expression on the man's face before. Jay's sisters, Sansa, Arya, and Joy, shared the same radiant smiles. Jaime felt a sense of pride in his cousin, realizing just what kind of king the realm was fortunate to have. He noticed the Northmen looking on with pride, the men of the West just as pleased, and his own family appeared the happiest of all. Jenna wore a bright smile, and even Kevin was grinning, while Jerian seemed on the verge of shedding happy tears. Prince Oberyn and Ellaria stood ready to cheer, their daughters beside them. When Jaime glanced over and saw Tyrion standing with the 3 Targaryens, a pang of emotion struck him. It was both painful and uplifting to see him there, looking as he did on this momentous day. Both Tyrion and Aemon wore matching outfits, black and red, mirroring Jay's attire. Daenerys and Shiera seemed like a vision from the past, their Valyrian features drawing the eye. They too wore matching dresses in their house colors. "Arise, King Jaehaerys of House Targaryen," the High Septon announced, as Jay stood up and turned around. To face them, "All hail the king. Long may he reign. Long may he reign," he cheered, his voice rising above the crowd, far louder than when a stag had been crowned. Ser Barristan Selmy shifted his gaze from Arthur to the king and back again, then from Jaime to the king. Emotion welled up in him as the High Septon proclaimed Jaehaerys as king. Although he had been acting as such since they took the city, and Barristan had seen him as king from the moment he first spoke to Jaime Lannister years ago, witnessing the official declaration was a moment he would cherish. As he walked down the steps, Barristan nodded to Arthur and the others. They raised their swords, forming an arc for the king to walk beneath. Seeing the smile on Jaehaerys' face nearly made Barristan drop his own sword. The prince's face looked back at him, and for the first time in years, he felt that all his sins had been forgiven. The pride that had filled him when his king had already accepted him was now magnified as he watched Jaehaerys stroll past, each of the king's guards sheathing their blades and taking their positions. The drills he had conducted with them shone through, making it all feel even more real. When Barristan stepped out onto the steps of the Great September, the cheer from the crowd was louder than he could ever remember. They chanted for the king as he walked forward to address them, and then, as if by magic, a simple raise of the king's hand brought instant silence. Barristan watched eagerly as Jaehaerys faced them all, a small smile gracing his lips before he began to speak. "Today, I have been named your king," Jaehaerys announced to loud cheers. "An honor, a privilege, and a sacred duty has been bestowed upon me this day, one which I accept with great humility and one I shall do my utmost to be worthy of." As the cheers gradually faded, Jaehaerys sensed the anticipation in the crowd, their eagerness to listen almost palpable. "My father and mother wished for me to undertake this journey," he began, his voice steady and confident. "They hoped I would reclaim the throne stolen from our family. At first, that was my singular goal, to take back what was lost to House Targaryen. But over time, like many of us do, I've come to realize that our parents often know what's best for us. The path they set before us may seem daunting, yet it holds our best interests at heart. I embarked on this journey with the intent of reclaiming a throne, seeking justice for my family, and fulfilling their wishes for me. Along the way, I discovered other reasons for desiring a crown. I found a people who have been denied a fair chance at life, not because they lack worth or skill, but because they lack a name. No more, I say." The cheers erupted once more, echoing through the streets of King's Landing, and Barristan felt certain they could be heard for miles. "I promise you, I will work to make your lives better. I swore it on my mother and father, I swore it on fire and blood. Today, they named me King of the Seven Kingdoms. But as I sit on that throne, I do not sit as their king or even as my family's king. I sit as your king. We have a long road ahead until I fulfill the promises I make to you today. But know this, each day I wake, each day I rise, each day I wear this crown, we will travel that road together. Hail King Jaehaerys! Hail to our king!" Arthur Dayne called out. The ride to the Red Keep felt endless, with crowds swarming to catch a glimpse of their new king. Arthur cursed under his breath, lamenting that Jaehaerys had chosen to ride a horse instead of a carriage. Yet, despite the throngs of people, Jaehaerys felt no fear, never once reaching for dawn. Should anyone dare to harm the king on this day? As he watched the crowd, he couldn't help but think they might make better Kingsguards than he and his brothers ever could. He had stood there, witnessing Jay's crowning, feeling a mix of relief and sadness. Relief that they had achieved this moment, fulfilling her wishes and carrying out Rhaegar's legacy. Yet, sadness that their parents had fallen before they could see what their son had accomplished. It nearly broke his heart. Listening to Jay speak to the crowd, sharing his intentions, he could see the truth in his words. In that moment, he had never felt prouder. He understood there would be failures amid the successes ahead, that Jay would face resistance from lords, the faith, the citadel, and even from allies and friends in his quest to improve the lives of the people. But Jay had expressed this desire to him more than once. "Aegon the Unlikely," he said, recalling tales Arthur and Aemon had told him years ago during his visit to Castle Black. Aeg was a good king, despite what some might say. Tywin Lannister repealed many of the laws he put in place to help the people. Sure, it won him favor with the lords, but it served his interests far more than it did the crown's. "You intend to reinstate those laws?" he asked. "I intend to expand them," Jay replied. As he listened to Jay's words about the September of Baelor, feeling the passion in his voice and witnessing the crowd's reaction, he realized there was nothing to fear from these people when it came to Jaehaerys. When they finally reached the Red Keep, he walked alongside Barristan while the others made their way to the throne room. Their destination was the royal apartments, where they would wait for the others to return from the September. As they walked, he sensed that despite Jaehaerys's firm words and purposeful strides, he was nervous too. Given what lay ahead, he could certainly understand why. Jae had not sat the throne since they had taken it, waiting for this day to finally arrive. Now, the moment was at hand. The time had come. Arthur and Barristan watched as Jae paced nervously in the room, waiting to be called. Arthur chuckled when Jae glanced his way, recognizing that familiar look. "No, Your Grace, we can't go for a spar," he said, causing Jae to burst into laughter. "I know, though I wish I could." "Do you think it went well today?" Jae asked, and for perhaps the first time since Arthur had begun serving him, he saw the boy he truly was, just 15 years old and yet already responsible for millions of people across the 7 kingdoms. "Very well, Your Grace." "Isn't that right, Ser Barristan?" "Aye, it is." "Never before have I seen such a reception, Your Grace," Barristan replied. Arthur noticed the slight exhale of relief from Jae at Barristan's words. A knock on the door interrupted them, and Arthur went to find Tommen standing there. The squire announced, "It's time, Your Grace." Jae nodded in response. As they left the room, Jae's steps grew firmer, and the walk seemed to fly by. Then, the doors swung open, and the herald called out, "His Grace, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third of his name, King of the Unveils, Rhoynar, and the first men, Lord of the 7 kingdoms, Protector of the realm." Jae stepped into the chamber, where the great and good of the realm awaited. Men took a knee, and women performed deep curtsies. His brothers surrounded the throne, 2 standing on each step, while Arthur and Barristan positioned themselves on either side of the throne. Jae climbed the steps, turned to face the room, and finally sat down. "Long live the king," the herald shouted as men rose and women straightened. "Long live the king," the room echoed in unison. King's Landing, 298 AC. The night of his coronation was marked by a grand feast, and Jae took his place at the high table with Margaery beside him. The Tyrells, Lannisters, Starks, Oberyn, and finally his own family occupied the places of honor at the table. It was difficult not having everyone seated with them, and he glanced out at Sansa, Arya, Joy, Robb, and others who were at lower tables, feeling a pang of regret. His extended family had grown so large that there simply weren't enough seats for everyone. Jaime and Daisy represented House Lannister, while Mace, Allery, Olenna, and Margaery stood for House Tyrell. Oberyn and Ellaria were there too, along with his uncle Ned, and finally Tyrion, Dany, Shiera, and Aemon filled the last positions. He knew some in the room would disapprove of Ellaria sitting with a king, but he didn't care. His aunt would not be looked down upon in his presence, and he could see how happy it made Oberyn, as well as Ellaria's own pride in being there. As for the meal itself, it was as extravagant as he had feared, and he was relieved when it finally came to an end. Sending plates to each of the tables and ensuring everyone was treated with respect was a new experience for him. The act of raising a glass to acknowledge someone or making eye contact with as many people as possible felt more like a chore than a celebration. "You look so uncomfortable," Margaery said quietly. "I didn't know dinner could be this much work," he replied with a feigned smile. "So I take it we won't have as many feasts as Robert did?" she asked, covering her words with a chuckle. "Gods, no. Unless, should we?" he asked, and she shook her head. "No, let's keep it to the ones we must," she said, much to his relief. Once the dishes were cleared and the meal finished, he at least had something to smile about. He asked Margaery to dance, and being able to do so without anyone thinking there was anything wrong with it brought him joy. So much so that halfway through the dance, he was smiling so broadly and genuinely that Margaery couldn't help but comment, "Now you look happy," she said, smiling at him. "More than happy, my love." "I was just thinking." "Of what?" she asked, curiosity in her eyes. "Old Town," he replied, surprising her. She looked at him in confusion for a moment before it clicked. When we couldn't dance, she said, leaning closer to him. One day we'd be able to dance without anyone thinking it was wrong for us to do so, he said, meeting her gaze. He felt her lips brush against his cheek, a soft kiss that lingered in the air. It was then that the music stopped, and he realized that despite his wish to dance with her alone, he needed to ask others. He danced with Joy and Sansa, careful not to panic Arya any more than she already was. Instead, he gave her a smile and a nod, silently conveying his reasons for not asking her to dance. Jay danced with both his aunts, Jenna, and finally Ellaria, who had only waited so long because she and Oberyn hardly left each other's side. After dancing with her, he had the chance to dance with Margaery once more, and soon the night began to wind down. The next day, he woke early, knowing the trial was soon. It surprised most, but he didn't care, he wanted it done. The Falcon had lived long enough, and he had sworn to himself that his first official act as king would be to see the man dead. Both Jaime and Olenna had urged him to wait, but he had refused. Each day the man lived was an affront to his father's memory, to his mother's, and he would not wait any longer than necessary. By midday, everything was finally set up. Jay sat on the throne while Mace, Jaime, and Oberyn took their places to judge. Every lord they could fit into the throne room was present, and Jay even insisted on bringing in some of the largest merchants and local tavern keepers to witness the Falcon's fall. When the man himself was brought in, Jay noticed the cocky smile on his face. A look of disdain crossed Jon Arryn's face as he sat on the throne, a gaze Jaime wished to see wiped away by the end of the day. Lord Arryn, you are charged with treason, both against his grace and against his family. How do you plead? Jaime asked, his voice ringing through the hall. I never swore an oath to him, Jon Arryn replied, prompting gasps from the crowd, who were not pleased with his blatant disrespect. Yet by right of blood and conquest, his grace is your king. The crime remains the same. How do you plead? Jaime pressed again. I'll receive no fair trial here today, and I've done no wrong, Jon Arryn stated, looking around the room. You didn't conspire with Hoster Tully to see my family deposed from their rightful throne? Jay challenged, fixing his gaze on Jon. I rose to remove a tyrant who demanded the heads of my wards. Your grandfather was a madman, Jon countered. Yet that was not the only reason you rose, was it, Lord Arryn? How long had you been planning to place Robert Baratheon on the throne? How long did you use the lie that my mother had been kidnapped to aid your plans? Jay pressed. Rhaegar Targaryen kidnapped Lady Lyanna. Everyone knows this, Jon Arryn shot back. Ser Arthur Dayne, could you step forward? Jay requested. The room fell silent as Arthur stepped forward, the hilt of dawn visible over his shoulder as he turned to face the king and the assembly. Ser Arthur, tell the court about my father and mother, Jay instructed. Rhaegar and Lyanna fell in love, your grace. With Alya's consent, their marriage was annulled. In front of the old gods and the new, Prince Rhaegar married Lyanna Stark, making her his wife, Arthur explained. What proof is there of this? Mace inquired. Jay nodded to Ser Richard Lonmouth, who stepped forward. Other than Ser Arthur's own words, I have letters here written in Prince Rhaegar's hand, in Princess Lyanna's, and one from Princess Elia. I also have the wedding notices signed by Ser Arthur Dayne, Ser Oswell Went, and Prince Rhaegar, Princess Lyanna, and High Septon Maynard. These letters have been accepted by the faith as proof, Lord Tyrell, Richard said, handing the letters to the three judges. He watched as Jon Arryn squirmed while the letters were read. Each judge nodded in agreement, confirming their authenticity. Richard then turned to Jon Arryn, eager to see if he would follow through on what his uncle had predicted. I was unaware of such letters or such an arrangement, as was the entire realm. Therefore, I cannot be convicted based on things I had no knowledge of, Jon Arryn asserted, glancing around the room. You are unaware, you say? Richard pressed. I was. So, my mother never tried to contact Robert or you? She never sent a letter to either of you? She did not. We marched under the assumption that she had been kidnapped. Neither Robert nor I knew any different. Sir Richard, Jon Arryn said, and his master of whisperers stepped forward once more, holding another letter, one that had been located using the glass candles. Your Grace, a letter from your mother to Robert Baratheon, explaining the truth, Richard announced. Where did you get that? Jon Arryn exclaimed. In the king's chambers, Richard replied, handing the letter to the judges. I never saw that, Jon Arryn said, his voice rising in panic. Did you not? So you didn't comfort Robert when he received it? You didn't tell him it was a lie and that my mother was merely playing hard to get? Jaime interjected, watching as Jon Arryn gulped. How? Jon Arryn stammered, looking at Jaime but deciding against asking how he discovered this information. He knew those closest to him were aware, but Jon Arryn didn't deserve to know. You used the lie of my mother's kidnapping to fuel your own ambitions, my lord. You, Robert Baratheon, and Hoster Tully all exploited that lie, and it cost me my uncle, my grandfather and grandmother, my sister, my brother, their mother, and my own parents. We never. Yet that was not the extent of your treason, was it? For you also lied about me when you knew the truth. Truth, did you not? Richard asked. I believed you to be a bastard, a lie, Jon Arryn replied, standing a little straighter. Did you now? Lord Royce, step forward. Richard watched as the Lord of Runestone moved to the center of the room, Jon Arryn glaring at him. Yohn Royce stood stiffly, looking straight ahead. Lord Royce, Richard said. Your Grace, Yohn responded with a small bow. Lord Royce, when did you find out the truth about me? Richard inquired. Before the Battle of the Trident against Lord Stark, Yohn replied. How, my lord? We had marched believing you to be false, your Grace. Lord Arryn himself confirmed this to us many times. On the eve of the battle, Lord Stark parleyed with us. He offered us terms, and Lord Arryn refused. Instead, he offered his own. Which were? Richard prompted. That Lord Stark would be allowed to join the Night's Watch, and his son would keep Winterfell. The North would face no further punishment, and your Grace would lose his head, Yohn explained, provoking shocked murmurs throughout the room. How did that prove him a liar, my lord? Jaime asked. He called his Grace, Lord Stark's nephew, Lord Hand. When we marched, we did so under the assumption that his Grace was Lord Stark's son. Lord Arryn told you this? Oberyn asked. Numerous times, Prince Oberyn, Yohn confirmed. Thank you, my lord, Richard said, and Lord Yohn turned away, not even sparing a second glance at his former liege. It's clear you never intended to give me a fair trial. You present false documents and testimony and call this justice? Richard challenged. I call it a trial, Lord Arryn, more than you gave Lady Lisa or Robert Arryn, Jon retorted, eliciting shouts from the Falcon. How dare you? I was the wronged party. Jon exclaimed. Yet you held no trial, did you, Lord Arryn? You just sent them to the black cells and left them there to rot. But we should not expect honor from such a duplicitous and dishonorable man as yourself. Is this court convinced? Do you believe Lord Royce's statement is valid, or does it require further proof? He asked, ready to summon Estermont if necessary. We are at your service, your Grace, Mace replied. I demand trial by combat, Jon Arryn declared loudly. Do you have a champion? Jaime inquired. Ned Stark will stand for me, the Falcon said, smiling at him, causing shock to ripple through the crowd at this unexpected turn of events. Lord Stark, he called, and his uncle stepped forward. Will you stand for Lord Arryn? No, his uncle replied firmly. Ned, please, Jon Arryn pleaded, looking at his former foster son with desperation, realizing that his uncle hadn't been as easily deceived as he had thought. I will not sully my honor for a man like this, especially after the lies he told me during the rebellion have been so clearly exposed. As high as honor, John, that's what you were supposed to represent. It's clear to me, and to everyone, that you have failed to live up to your own words. You are a liar and a traitor, and I spit on the day I met you. Seeing his uncle so furious and resolute filled him with a sense of kinship he hadn't felt in many years. Jay felt the last remnants of anger or annoyance he had harbored over his upbringing fade away. Although he thought the rift between them had long healed, he truly felt its weight today. "Do you have another champion, Lord Arryn?" he asked, noticing the man was visibly broken. After a moment of silence, he turned to the judges. "My lords, my prince, what is your verdict?" "Guilty," Oberyn stated. "Guilty," Jaime added. "Guilty," Mace confirmed firmly. "Lord Arryn, you have been found guilty of treason. It is the sentence of this court that you shall be taken from here to the Dragon Pit at dusk, where you will be executed. Do you have any final words?" Jaime asked, his voice cutting through the silence. "Take him away," Oberyn ordered. Jay sat back, feeling a mix of emotions. Relieved wasn't quite right, and satisfied didn't capture it either. He was eager to see Jon Arryn lose his head, eager to end his life and push aside the thoughts of what Arryn had cost him. It was King's Landing, 298 AC. Ned Stark had found it hard to watch Jon Arryn try to lie his way through the trial. Even knowing what Arryn would say and how he would attempt to defend himself didn't make it any easier. Yet Ned felt no shame in playing his part. He had no sympathy for the man as he was brought low. The evidence against Arryn was overwhelming and damning. Ned believed that if anyone deserved death, it was his former mentor. He could see it clearly now, how he had been manipulated, played. He wondered what his life might have been like if Jaime Lannister hadn't taken Jaehaerys away all those years ago. Would he have gone through life as clueless as he had been? Would he and Catelyn still be together, oblivious to her true nature? What would his children's lives be like? He knew that even if he hadn't believed his own life to be better, theirs certainly were. Arya was growing into a fine northern lady. Sansa, though young, was fierce and formidable. Robb was already an heir any man could be proud of, and Bran was soon to be a lord in his own right. They would soon welcome another baby too, a brother or sister to call their own. He wondered if that would have been possible if he had kept his head buried in the sand. No, he doubted it would have been, and while being clueless had its benefits, he wouldn't change his life for anything. "Father, why are they holding the execution so quickly?" Robb asked as they rode toward the Dragon Pit. "Our way is the old way, Robb. The man who passes the sentence must swing the sword. Once a man has been found guilty, he shouldn't see another dawn. His crimes must be answered the day the sentence is reached," Ned replied. Robb listened intently. Robb nodded. "Will Jay do this himself?" Ned shook his head. "No, the king uses the king's justice for such matters," he replied. Robb nodded in understanding. Neither Sansa nor Elle wanted to be at the execution. Arya, however, insisted on attending, claiming the man had caused as much harm to her family as he had to Jay. Ned felt a surge of pride for her conviction. He briefly wished his daughter could be spared from this grim event. If she were his son, living in the north, he would have asked her to witness it. Why should it be any different just because she was his daughter and this was the south? As they approached the Dragon Pit, he was astonished by how crowded it was. Whether it was due to his nephew or those who followed his orders, they certainly had a talent for spectacle. Given how the common folk had reacted when Jaehaerys was crowned, he wouldn't be surprised if no organization was needed at all to draw this crowd eager to see a traitor meet his end. Watching his son take the throne, seeing him wear the crown, and listening intently during the trial, he knew Lionel was right. Jaehaerys was destined to be king, and anything less would have been an affront to his sister's memory. As Arya let out an excited squeal, he looked up just in time to see 5 dragons soaring over the dragon pit. To call it an impressive sight would be an understatement, and he wondered if others were as awestruck as he was. They were shown to their seats, and he glanced around, trying to spot Jaehaerys, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Before he could ponder it further, he noticed the Northern Lords turning their attention to him. Jaime Lannister stood and spoke. "My lords, ladies, good men and women of King's Landing in Westeros, earlier today Jon Arryn was found guilty of treason. By order of King Jaehaerys III of his name, King of the Unveils, Rhoynar, and First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm has spoken. He is sentenced to die, and His Grace asks you all to witness the fate that awaits traitors," Jaime announced. Ned watched as Jon Arryn was led toward the wooden block in the center of the dragon pit. He noticed the crowd shifting forward in their seats, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension filling the air. Like the others, he was taken aback when Jaehaerys and the King's Guard approached. A hush fell over the crowd as his nephew turned to address them. "This man is as responsible as any for the deaths of my family. For Brandon Stark, for Rickard Stark, for Rhaella Targaryen, for Rhaenys Targaryen, for Aegon Targaryen, and for Elia Martell." Jaehaerys paused, visibly gathering himself before continuing. "For Rhaegar Targaryen and for Lyanna Targaryen. Their blood is on his hands, and though nothing can bring me solace for their loss, it is in their names, and in the name of justice, not vengeance, that Jon Arryn will lose his head here today." Ned heard the collective gasp as Jaehaerys drew Blackfire from his back and watched as Jon Arryn was positioned over the block. The crowd realized that the king's justice would be served by the king himself. He glanced around and saw the great Jon, Meej, Jorah, Howland, Domeric, the Glovers, the Karstarks, Robb, and Arya, all looking on with approval in their eyes. "Our way is the old way," Robb murmured beside him. Ned's gaze shifted back to Jaehaerys, who took his position behind Jon Arryn. This was a man he had once proudly called his foster father, someone he had admired as the embodiment of honor and goodness, yet who had ultimately become a puppet. As Jaehaerys raised the sword, Ned felt nothing. The clean execution seemed far more than Jon Arryn deserved. He watched as the sword fell, severing the head from the body, but he felt no sadness, no regret for the man's passing, nor a sense of vengeance. Instead, just as Jaehaerys had said, he felt a chilling emptiness within him. Felt that justice had been served. Chapter 128, Our House Grows Strong. King's Landing, 298 AC. Joy felt the weight of waiting back in Casterly Rock. It was hard not knowing, and every time she asked for news, she was brushed off with reassurances that all was well. True, she was just a child, perhaps too young to be told everything, but she longed for any scrap of information. All she wanted was to know that her father was unharmed, that Cregan, Jaime, and Tyrion were safe, and that Jon was well. At night, she would cuddle up with Valyrian, offering her prayers to the Seven. Joy would ask them to protect the people she loved. Yet, every day she was treated like a child, told once again that everything was fine. When the news finally came that it was all over, she rushed to the September, grateful to the mother for safeguarding them all. Spending time in the September was a new experience for her. At first, she hated it, but the longer the silence stretched on, the more she found herself lighting candles and offering prayers. Each day since she learned that the ordeal was over felt almost as long as the days they had all been apart. At least now, she had the comfort of knowing her family was safe. The night before their departure for King's Landing, Ashara surprised her with unexpected news: she would be allowed to take apples with her. Joy was thrilled at the thought of riding alongside Jon and Winter once more, exploring new lands as they raced across the fields. Yet, she felt a pang of sadness knowing Valyrian wouldn't be coming with them. "I'm sorry, Valyrian, to leave you alone. I'll come home as soon as I can, I promise," she whispered to him as he snuggled beside her the night before they left. But when morning came, Valyrian was determined to join her. He wouldn't leave her alone, and she smiled at that, happy to have him by her side on the journey to King's Landing. However, as they got closer, a wave of nerves began to wash over her, fueled by little thoughts of Jon and what Jenna had said. Jenna had warned her that she needed to behave differently once they arrived, making Joy almost wish Jon had never pursued the Iron Throne. "Joy, I know you want to be with Jon, but things are different now. You can't act as you used to," Jenna said. "Why?" Joy asked, trying to keep the annoyance out of her voice. "Because Jon is the king now. People must act around him as if he's royalty. Remember how you had to behave around King Robert?" Jenna explained. "Jon is nothing like that fat king," Joy replied, shaking her head. "I know, sweetling, but he is the king all the same. You must act like the perfect lady you are when you're with him." "Always?" Joy asked, almost shocked by the idea. "Mainly in public. When you're alone, you can be more yourself." That was at least something, Joy thought. She could manage to act like a lady in public, as long as she could be herself when they were alone. The night before they landed in King's Landing, she overheard Asha, Kevin, Dorna, and Jenna discussing protocol and the changes that came with Jon being king. Joy laughed at Jenna's comments, especially when she said she doubted she would pay much attention to the rules. "Mark my words, I give it less than an hour," Jenna declared, and Joy smiled all the way back to her cabin. It turned out to be far less time than that. Once they arrived and took their places in the carriages, lining up to greet the new king, Joy found herself face to face with Yohn instead of Jon. She knew he would never force her to be someone she wasn't. King or not, he was the one person who always allowed her to be herself. Seeing that nothing had changed made her run to him and hug him tightly. Feeling his arms around her for the first time in moons made the wait to see him all worthwhile. Hearing Jon whisper in her ear that they would ride together in a day or two filled Joy with excitement and a touch of anxiety. Even though she couldn't spend all her time with him, after all, the king was busy, she appreciated the moments he made for her. Seeing her father, Cregan, and her cousins kept her occupied, but nothing compared to walking through the Red Keep with Jon as her guide. "Where are your rooms?" she asked as they strolled down the grand halls. "The royal apartments are down this way," Jon replied. "And you have to stay here now, forever?" she inquired. "Mostly, yes. But I can leave, and unlike other kings, I intend to. My family used to have something called a royal procession. They would visit the lands they ruled, spend time with the people, the lords and ladies, and the small folk. They would listen to their needs," he explained. "And you will do this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, that, and I have a dragon," he added with a playful smile, making her giggle. "So, you can visit me in Castamere?" she asked hopefully. "I can, and you can visit me here. You can stay as much as you wish," he assured her as they entered his rooms. "What if I wanted to foster here?" she asked, her voice slightly uncertain. "Do you?" he replied. "I don't, maybe," she said, biting her lip. "Joy, if you wished it, you know I'd make it happen. If you wanted to stay for a few moons or visit any time, just ask, and I'll make it so," Jon said, and she moved closer to hug him. "Thank you, Your Grace," she said, giving him a curtsy when he let her go. "Yoy," he teased, pretending to frown. "But Your Grace, I am a lady, and I must behave properly," she replied, mimicking Jenna's lessons. "Yoy. I cannot, for what would people think of me?" she said, forcing her voice to sound more ladylike than ever. Jon's frown began to fade as he watched her. The corners of his lips twitched. "Joy, tickles!" Jon exclaimed, and she shrieked with laughter as he swept her up and began tickling her. After a few moments, he stopped and called for some food and drinks, and Joy found herself eagerly anticipating both. "Valyrian wanted to come too, Jon," she said, sipping the peach juice he had brought for her while he munched on some grapes. "He did? I thought he wouldn't want to be here. I think he missed Rhaenys." "Where is she?" Joy asked. She's with Ligeron and Dany's dragons. Dany? My aunt, just as Jenna is yours. Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, Jon replied. Joy looked at him, puzzled. Why is she called Stormborn? She asked curiously. The night she was born was the greatest storm in memory. The winds blew so fiercely that they moved ships on the sea like they were nothing. Yet the loudest sound was my aunt's cries as she was born, even louder than the winds, Jon said with a smile. Joy laughed as he shared the story. She was born here? No, Dragonstone, Jon clarified, then noticed her preparing to ask another question. I'll take you to Dragonstone. That night, he returned her to her room. Although he didn't tell her a story then, he had already shared one, and he promised to ride with her the next morning. When she woke up and broke her fast, she noticed he hadn't arrived at the time she expected. Disappointed but understanding, she prepared herself for the possibility that he might not have time for their ride. An hour later, he finally arrived, and she struggled to contain her laughter when he admitted he'd overslept. Riding through the city felt strange, especially with the large party they were with. Margaery was there, along with Jon's sisters, Cregan, and Jon's brother. Loras rode alongside them, wearing a peculiar expression that was mirrored by the other men dressed in white. Joy did her best to make Jon laugh, and he couldn't help but smirk at her antics. As they reached the open fields, she glanced over at Jon, who was speaking softly to Margaery. After planting a quick kiss on her cheek, he made his way toward Joy. It was a rare moment, with winter and apples together for the first time in months. Joy giggled when Ghost trotted over a moment later. Joy, race, Jon called, and just like that, they were off. Not even the shouts of, Your Grace, from the men in white cloaks could slow them down as they rode fast, Joy's laughter echoing in the air. Although she didn't win the race, she had come closer than ever before, but winning didn't matter. Riding alongside her brother, this was her greatest victory. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaime reflected on the situation. Any man foolish enough to think that Jay would act kingly with his sisters around clearly knew nothing. Fortunately, the small council was filled with shrewd men, and today they would be welcoming new members. Jaime sat in the king's rooms, listening to Jay talk about his plans to visit Dragonstone with Joy and Arya. As Jay spoke about taking Margaery there when he could, Jaime found himself thinking of Rhaegar. His prince had always longed to be away from King's Landing, albeit for different reasons, and it seemed his son had inherited some of that desire. Jaime was surprised to learn of Jay's intention to make Daenerys the princess of Dragonstone, raising it to a great house in its own right. It meant increased lands, a larger force, and a section of the fleet under House Targaryen's control rather than the crown's. Had it not been for Tyrion explaining the implications, Jaime might not have grasped the concept. Even after the explanation, he still struggled to see the benefits, focusing instead on the potential problems. One of those issues was likely to present itself soon, as he heard a knock at the door. Tommen moved to open the door, and as it swung wide, only Margaery and Mira Forrester entered. Jaime found himself wondering where the Queen of Thorns was. Is his grace not ready? Margaery asked, glancing around for Jay. I believe he's having trouble with his new clothing, Your Grace, Jaime replied. Although Margaery was not yet officially a queen, everyone who knew of the marriage addressed her as such in private. Why are there so many damn buttons? Jay exclaimed as he walked in from his rooms, his dress coat still unfastened. Both he and Margaery chuckled at the sight of him. Here, let me, Margaery offered, and Jaime watched as she deftly fastened the coat. Jay couldn't take his eyes off her, and he felt a surge of happiness knowing their wedding was approaching. With the way they looked at each other, he doubted they could wait much longer to be together. Once she finished, Jay and Margaery took their seats, Jay behind his desk and Margaery slightly to the side. Jaime settled into his own chair, while Tommen and Mira found their places as well. Jaime observed Jay as he slid parchment and papers over to Margaery, asking her to sign them. Her name would be written beneath the king's on the appointment papers. Lord Wyman was the first to enter. Jay expressed his desire to have the Lord of White Harbor as part of their council, and Jaime was pleased with that decision. Your Grace, Wyman said, bowing as Tommen ushered him in. Please, my lord, take a seat. Help yourself to some food or wine if you wish, Jay invited, and the Lord of White Harbor, never one to turn down such an offer, complied. Thank you, Your Grace. My lord, His Grace and Her Grace have asked you to join us today and offer you a seat on the small council. This will be an expanded small council, where new masters will be appointed, rather than just the traditional ones, Jaime explained. You honor me, Your Grace, Wyman replied, nodding to both Jay and Margaery. I would like to appoint you as my Master of Trade, Lord Wyman. You and Lord Willas, as Master of Coin, will work closely together. As we both know, trade is crucial. Each region has its own areas of expertise, but I want the Crown to seek to expand those opportunities for all and to act as arbitrators in any disputes. I can think of no one more suited for this role than you, my lord. I am most humbled by the offer, and I accept, Your Grace, Wyman replied as Jaime slid the parchment toward him. Wyman signed it and handed it back to Jay, who used the king's seal to make it official. Later today, I plan to hold a meeting of the small council, my lord. After that, my Lord Hand will help you settle into your new offices. Next was Lord Willas, and Jay allowed Margaery to take the lead this time. Jaime watched as the new queen handled her responsibilities with grace. After Willas, they welcomed Ser Richard, Ser Barristan, Grand Maester Gorman, Prince Oberyn, and finally Lord Montfort Valyrian. Jaime swore he saw a tear in Montfort's eye when he signed his papers. When it was Jaime's turn to sign his own documents, he braced himself for some jest at his expense, but Jay remained serious and official, just as he had with the others. For some reason, Jaime found this more fitting. Thank the gods that's done. Now can I take this thing off? Jay said, fumbling with the buttons of his coat. The small council meeting, Your Grace, Jaime reminded him. I hate you, Jay shot back, glancing at Tommen and Mira, who were trying their best not to laugh. Margaery, however, had no such reservations. You wound me so, Your Grace, Jaime replied, rolling his eyes, which made Tommen and Mira finally give in to laughter. He then exited the room, receiving a mock glare from the king, one he knew was playful. Jaime was the first to arrive at the small council meeting, followed by Ser Richard, Prince Oberyn, and Lord Willas. Wyman, Gorman, Montfort, and Ser Barristan arrived next, with Margaery and Jay bringing up the rear along with Lady. Olenna listened intently as Jaime instructed everyone to remain seated. He thought it would be a simple formality, but soon realized it was anything but. The king had a lot on his mind. Later today or tomorrow, I'll speak to Lord Royce about the Vale and to Lords Blackwood and Bracken about the Riverlands. Once that's done, I'll talk to my uncle about the North, and then to Lady Celis, Ser Davos, and Lady Shireen about the Stormlands. But right now, I want to hear your thoughts on some other matters, some related to those lands and some regarding changes I intend to implement. The first of these is the formation of a standing army. Jay noted the surprised expressions around the room. A standing army, Your Grace? Ser Barristan asked, the first to regain his composure. Aye. From this point forward, the crown will no longer be dependent on its bannermen and the gold cloaks for protection. Each great house has a standing force, a guard, if you will, some larger than others. He glanced around at Prince Oberyn and Lady Olenna. The crown shall have one as well. Would people not see that as aggressive, Your Grace? Lord Wyman inquired. Perhaps, my lord, but I find I care not. My family, my house learned, almost to its ruin, what happens when it relies on others. I will not make that same mistake. When Ser Alliser and Ser Jeremy arrive from the Wall, they and the other loyalists will be tasked with forming and training a force that answers only to House Targaryen. Just as your own houses have their guards, mine will as well. Is there anyone who takes issue with this? Jaime scanned the room. Whether they agreed or disagreed, no one seemed willing to voice their objections. Oberyn, Olenna, Willas, and even Richard appeared pleased by the announcement, and Jaime couldn't help but acknowledge the logic in it. Will Dragonstone also be doing the same, Your Grace? Olenna asked, and Jaime wondered if the debate he anticipated was about to unfold. It will, my Lady Olenna. House Targaryen of Dragonstone and House Targaryen of King's Landing are separate entities, distinct but intertwined. I have explained my reasoning to my queen, and if it pleases you, I would like to share my further thoughts, Jay said. That would be appreciated, Your Grace, Olenna replied. House Targaryen has always been divided between King's Landing and Dragonstone. It's like one house split in two, neither fully capable of protecting itself as other great houses can, despite my own holding the crown. The Gold Cloaks serve the city and are not a true army, the household guard is limited, and the King's Guard is specialized. Yet when it was needed, the garrison at Dragonstone could not be called upon. Worse still, it could not even hold the island. He paused to take a sip of water, then continued, in the future, this will change. No longer will Dragonstone be just a minor seat that the Crown Prince visits occasionally. From now on, it will be a fully occupied seat held by a princess of the blood and managed appropriately. And what about the Crown Prince? Olenna asked. The firstborn child that my wife and I are fortunate enough to have will assume the newly restored and expanded seat of Summerhall. This seat will be equivalent to a great house, complete with vassals and sworn houses appointed to it. It will answer directly, and only, to House Targaryen of King's Landing, Jay explained, eliciting gasps from those present. You plan to divide the Stormlands? Oberyn asked with a smirk. I intend to allow those houses that supported me during the war, like Dondarrion and others, to be sworn to Summerhall, Jay replied. And if there is another child? Willas inquired, and Margaery blushed. Harrenhal, Jay said, drawing even louder gasps from the crowd. Jaime listened as Jay essentially restructured the kingdoms. Margaery appeared both flushed and concerned as Jay detailed the creation of seat after seat for their future offspring. Olenna observed quietly, taking it all in. Jay noticed Margaery's concern and immediately stopped speaking. Leaning in, he whispered something in her ear, which seemed to ease her worries. They then shifted the conversation to the upcoming trials, the wedding itself, the tourney that would follow, and a few other less significant topics. As others began to leave the room, Jay, Margaery, and Lady Olenna stayed behind. To Jay's surprise, he found himself walking alongside Oberyn. The prince wore a smirk that only grew wider, prompting Jay to ask why he seemed so pleased with the current turn of events. Jay himself was intrigued, though he struggled to understand the logic behind it all. My nephew is a snake, Oberyn replied, his tone serious. True, he's a wolf and a dragon, but he's also a snake. Snakes lie in wait until the right moment to strike. Jay frowned, trying to grasp the meaning of Oberyn's words. I don't understand. Strike at whom? There's no one left to strike at. That's just it, Oberyn said as he began to walk away. No one for now, but when the time comes, House Targaryen will be ready. They'll be everywhere. If it had always been this way, my nephew and sister would still be alive today. Jay felt a shudder run down his spine as Oberyn departed. Here there be dragons, he muttered to himself while making his way to the Tower of the Hand. Meanwhile, in King's Landing in the year 298 AC, Arya was excited. Although she had spent time with her family and Lyanna with hers, she hadn't had a moment alone with Jon. That was why today was so special, and it was the reason she rushed through her morning meal. She didn't care that her father, Elle, and even Robb knew the reason for her eagerness. The thought of sparring with Jon and the Kingsguard was too thrilling for her to worry about their opinions. Her father had been overjoyed to see her upon her arrival, proudly expressing how proud he was of her. Jon had echoed those sentiments, calling her a fierce little wolf. Arya knew that Lyanna was being called a. Arya felt a warm glow inside when her mother affectionately called her a fierce little bear. She may have fought off Theon, but Lyanna had also helped fend off the Ironborn. When she had asked her father about Theon, he hadn't known what would happen next, and she hadn't brought it up with Jon yet, waiting for the right moment. "Slow down, Arya, or you'll bite one of your fingers off," Robb chuckled, watching her dip her bread into her egg. "Shut up, stupid," she replied, reaching for her milk. Just then, she heard a knock at the door. It seemed far too early for Jon to be arriving, and to her horror, he soon stood before the table. Arya did her best to hide her blush as he looked at her and the egg she hastily wiped from her shirt. "I see some things never change. I'm glad I broke my fast alone, otherwise, you might have eaten all my food too," Jon said with a smirk. She couldn't help but smile as she finished her meal and stood up. "Arya?" her father said, looking at her. "Sorry, father. May I be excused?" she asked, biting her lip nervously. But you're not to spar until we get there." "I think we'd all like to see you face his grace," El replied. Arya nodded eagerly at that. She was just outside the door when Jon grabbed her, musing her hair and holding her tight while she tried to push him away, stifling her laughter. "Look at you. By the gods, each time I see you, I'm amazed at how much you've grown," Jon said. Arya looked up at him, thinking he was joking, as she didn't feel any bigger than before. "Maybe you've just gotten smaller," she teased, and he laughed. Maybe that's it. I hear you swing a mace now." "Here I thought I'd be facing a wolf, and it turns out she's part bear." "I can still use a sword, but the mace is easier," she replied confidently. "And your archery?" he asked as they walked. Every day," she answered, and they continued to chat as they made their way down the halls. Jon appeared to be in a much better mood, or at least less serious than she had seen him in a while. It reminded Arya of something her father once said when she had asked him about the burdens of leadership. "Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown, little wolf." Just like Aegon insisted the Iron Throne be uncomfortable to sit on, a man who is king must bear the weight of the realm, and Jaehaerys does so. If she was honest with herself, she hadn't fully understood it at the time. Yet, she sometimes noticed that Jon wore the same expression she had seen on her father's face or on Lady Mead's, and she wondered if that was what it meant. If so, she was grateful she would never be a lady with such responsibilities. She would much rather be like Lyra, Jory, or even those Dornish girls she had seen Jay speak to. The Sand Snakes, she had heard someone call them, daughters of Prince Oberyn and as far from princesses as Arya could imagine. "Here we are. Does Lady Meech make you do warm-ups?" Jon asked. "Alysanne and Jory usually do," Arya replied, smiling as she spotted Lyanna and her mother approaching. "Fine, why don't you go to your friend and warm up while we wait for your father and Lady Elle?" Jon suggested. She dashed over to Lyanna, excitement bubbling inside her as she shared the news that she was going to spar with the king. Lyanna quickly asked if she could join, prompting Arya to run back to Jon and ask for permission. Moments later, she and Lyanna were warming up, while Jon conversed with Lady Meej about something. After a brief exchange, he received a nod from her and walked over to grab a blunted mace. Jon picked up a large blunted sword, which momentarily confused Arya. "Why aren't you using the thin one?" she asked, thinking he was going easy on her, and not liking it one bit. "I'm trying to get used to this one." "I gained another sword," Jon replied. Arya looked at him, puzzled. Why would he want another sword? He already had Dark Sister, which he had shown her. Blackfire, Jon added. She understood it all too well now. Arya watched as Jon took his stance and prepared her own. Once she received the nod, she sprang into action. Jay parried her blow and quickly moved back. Arya darted forward, nearly catching him off guard with a spin, but almost tripped when he swept at her feet. She laughed as she jumped over his leg. It was clear he wasn't giving it his all, but she sensed he was holding back his strength to avoid hurting her, rather than simply trying to win. Afterward, she was pleased when he came over to point out what she could improve. Soon enough, she watched as Lyanna faced Jon. Arya got her turn again, this time against Loras, which she thoroughly enjoyed. But when Ser Barristan stepped forward, it felt almost as significant as facing Jon. After she had been bested, she heard laughter and applause. Turning around, she scowled, thinking someone was mocking her. But the woman she saw wasn't making fun of her. In fact, it was quite the opposite. "This must be the Arya you've told me about, nephew," Princess Daenerys said. She is. "Just like you, Aunt, Arya much prefers sparring to being a proper lady," Jon replied. Arya's interest in the princess piqued. "Are you saying I'm not a proper lady?" Daenerys asked, a smirk on her face that reminded Arya of Jon. "I'm saying that, like this little wolf here, neither of you has any manners when you break your fast," Jon chuckled, and Arya couldn't help but smirk back. "Harry's Targaryen, take that back." "I am a true lady," Daenerys declared as she walked over to the sword rack. "Don't make me prove it," she added, picking up a sword. "Very well, I retract my comment, Aunt. Perhaps you and my fierce little sister would like to spar?" Daenerys raised an eyebrow challengingly, and Arya nodded in agreement. Arya quickly found herself face to face with the princess as Daenerys moved forward with her mace. While she wasn't quite as skilled as Jon, Daenerys was impressive in her own right, and it wasn't long before Arya had to yield. A few moments later, Lyanna also stepped back, and Arya watched as Jon sparred with his aunt. She couldn't help but laugh when Daenerys slipped, and as she got up, she attempted to throw dirt in Jon's face. Jon ducked just in time, prompting laughter from the princess. "You think I only learned to fight clean, Aunt?" Jon asked, a teasing grin on his face. Daenerys didn't respond, instead focusing on moving faster as she attacked again and again. Arya gasped in shock when Daenerys knocked the long sword from Jon's hand, but it was Daenerys who was taken aback when she suddenly found a small knife at her neck. Without hesitation, she quickly yielded. "You bloody did that on purpose, you jerk," Daenerys exclaimed. Arya exchanged amused glances with Lyanna, surprised to hear a princess use such language. "I didn't actually mean to," Jon replied with a chuckle. "You took the sword with skill, Dany. I'm still getting used to the longer grip, but I wasn't going to just let you win, was I?" Arya watched as Jon and Daenerys exchanged playful glances before bursting into laughter. "No, I expect not," Daenerys said, her tone lightening. As Jon and the princess approached her and Lyanna, Tommen came running up, a note clutched in his hand. Jon read it and frowned, saying something to the boy before turning back to them. "There's something I need to take care of." "I'm sorry, Arya." "Dany, can you spend some time with Arya? I may not make it back today." "Sure. I'll find something to keep the little wolf occupied." "Maybe I'll take her to see the dragons," Daenerys replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Really? I can?" Arya asked, her enthusiasm bubbling over. "Sure, why not?" Jon said, and Arya nodded eagerly. It took a little while to gather the horses, and soon, she, Lyanna, and Jory found themselves riding alongside the princess, a girl named Missandei, and a group of men dressed in brown leather. Along with them was a man. She had heard stories about a man known as the Hound and another large, dark-skinned man whose name included Strong. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't help but stare at the Hound's scarred face. When he caught her gaze, he glowered at her, and she instinctively glared back. But then she noticed a small smile creeping onto his lips, and soon enough, they arrived at the dragon pit. Arya looked up at the sky, waiting. Finally, the black dragon appeared, soaring through the air. Beside it flew the gold and green dragons, but she knew there were two others that weren't with them. Where are Rhaenys and Ligeron? She asked. Daenerys paused, clearly focused on the dragons above. Probably on Dragonstone. Rhaenys loves it there, and Ligeron prefers to be with his sister, she replied. These ones don't? Lyanna asked curiously. Aegon, Rhaegal, and Sandorix prefer to be near their riders, but they also enjoy coming here for some attention. They're still young compared to Rhaenys and Ligeron, Daenerys explained. Which one is yours? Arya inquired as the dragons landed. Aegon is mine. She's the black one. Wait here until I speak to them, then come when I call, Daenerys instructed, looking at Arya until she nodded in understanding. The princess walked over to rub the dragon's neck, speaking in a language that Arya didn't recognize. When she was finally called over, both Arya and Lyanna nearly sprinted to the dragons. Arya had never felt such excitement. She was going to touch a dragon. It was hard to believe. As her fingers glided over the dragon's scales and felt the warmth radiating from its body, she knew she was smiling widely. But that joy was nothing compared to how she felt at dinner later that night. Once the dragons had departed, Daenerys had spent most of the day with Arya and Lyanna, sharing tales of Essos and cities that Arya had only read about. But the source of her smile that evening was a promise Daenerys had made as she was leaving. If we get a chance in a day or two, I'll talk to Jay about you riding with him or Tyrion. They have the saddles, and it makes it easier to take passengers, Daenerys said. On the dragon? You mean on the dragon? Arya asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Dany nodded, a smile spreading across her face. Thank you, thank you. Arya exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Daenerys in an unexpected hug. You're more than welcome, little wolf. Now go, and don't get into too much mischief, lest my nephew refuses. A dragon ride. The thought sent waves of joy through her, and she could barely contain her excitement at the mere idea. What surprised her even more was that it wasn't Jon she needed to thank for this dream, it was his aunt. As she made her way to her bed, her thoughts drifted to Daenerys, the princess who rode dragons, sparred, and wielded a sword. Visenya, she felt like Visenya reborn. Perhaps she could even be her friend. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Margaery felt a mix of surprise and annoyance at Jay's plans. Her grandmother seemed pleased, but Margaery couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't discussed them with her at all. It felt as if he was plotting their future without considering her, as if she were merely an afterthought. She knew that was silly, that he cared for her, but it still irked her. She had been relieved when he leaned in to whisper that he would speak to her later about everything. After the others left the meeting, her grandmother bombarded her with questions, and Margaery sat there, listening and learning everything for the first time. They were supposed to be a team, working together, yet once again, it felt like Jay's plans didn't fully include her. No matter how hard she tried not to let it bother her, she couldn't help it. The rest of the day slipped by in a blur. She knew they had spoken to the High Septon, the rotund man eager to hear her thoughts on the faith. She remembered her grandmother silencing her when the man spoke, but what she had actually said was lost to her. Only her mother and grandmother's reassurances that she had done well lingered in her mind. Margaery took a moment to gather her thoughts, grateful that her job had at least provided her some comfort, allowing her to feel that she hadn't completely messed things up. Walking around the Great September had given her a brief respite from her troubled mind. As she strolled, she envisioned the upcoming ceremony in her head. Later, she and her family were seated in their rooms, discussing music, the dishes to be served at the feast, arranging seating, and talking about which ladies she would choose as her ladies-in-waiting. But soon, she could hold back no longer. Rising from her seat, she bid her grandmother and mother goodbye for now and made her way to the king's room. She found a servant and asked him to fetch her husband so they could talk. When Jay arrived quickly, a wave of worry washed over her about what she had written in her note. The concerned look on his face as he closed the door behind him only deepened her anxiety. Margaery, what's wrong? Jay asked, studying her expression. What? Everything, Jay, everything is wrong, she replied, frustration evident in her tone. Marge? These plans of yours, Jay. Our children, spreading them throughout the kingdoms, splitting up territories, appointing people, everything. I feel like I'm being left out, she said, her frustration growing. Marge? He replied, hurt and confused by her words. His expression made her instinctively want to comfort him, yet it was she who needed comfort more at that moment. When you were at war, I understood that the decisions were yours to make, and I didn't know how I could help. But this, Jay, this is supposed to be us, together, always, she said with a heavy sigh. Gods, Marge, I didn't realize. I thought. He wrapped his arms around her, and she instinctively returned the embrace. They stood there for a while, simply holding each other, before he pulled away and reached for her hand. She let him take it, and together they walked further into the room. For just a fleeting moment, she caught sight of their bed, and she felt a flutter of emotion rise within her. Flutter in her stomach. He guided her past the room to a small, soft couch where she settled beside him. His arm wrapped around her shoulder as she leaned in close. I truly didn't realize I was doing that. With the war and being king, I feel like I have to be more than I am, or more than I'm ready to be. So, I'm trying to hold on to the things I know. Making plans like these, the standing army, Dragonstone, our children, and their place in the world, I feel comfortable doing that. The realm, making sure my family is safe, that our house is secure, gives me a sense of control, Jay said. And you don't feel that way about other things? She asked. I feel adrift at times, he admitted softly. I was, and still am, so happy to have you here. To help me, to listen, to offer advice. From the moment we took the city, I've been counting the days until you arrived so you could help me, so you could be my anchor. Yet you haven't allowed me to be that, Jay, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to prove that I could be ready to be king, so much that I forgot what I truly wanted. And what is that? She prompted. A queen to help me rule, someone to be what I cannot be, to tell me when I'm right and when I'm wrong. You have one, if you wish it, she replied gently. I do, Marge, truly I do. I'm sorry. Ask me anything, any question. You're right, we're in this together, always, he said, and she kissed his cheek. They sat in silence for a while before the conversation resumed, first about the wedding and how soon it would be. She recounted her meeting with the fat Septon and how little she remembered of that day, with Jay once again expressing his apologies. Then the topic shifted back to his plans, and soon she found herself agreeing, disagreeing, altering ideas, and being told that certain things couldn't be changed. They spoke for hours, with Jay sending out for food. Even during their meal, they continued discussing the realm. Children, Jay, you're planning for our children to be a huge part of your future, yet we've talked about not having any for a while. And when you do talk about it, you make it sound like we'll have far too many, numerous, many, countless, Jay said with a chuckle, and Marge smirked. I thought you were joking, she replied, shaking her head. What if we can't, Jay? What if, for some reason, we only have one? Or worse, what if I can't? I told you, together always, Marge. But should I not? Should we not consider your plans, Jay? We're not the only Targaryens, Marjorie. If it is our children, then so be it. If not, it will be Dany's or Tyrion's. As long as our house is safe, I care not whose line continues it. So if I were unable, you wouldn't set me aside, she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Marjorie, he said, moving from his seat. He knelt in front of her, taking her hand in his. I love you, from this day until my last. I believe we will be blessed with many children, but if not, I care not. The gods have already given me more than any man could dare to dream. They gifted me you, Margaery, anything else pales in comparison. Their kisses deepened, and she felt her hands slip beneath his tunic, her fingers grazing over the muscles of his back as they tensed under her touch. His hands wandered beneath her clothing as well, sending shivers through her as they brushed against her leg, moving past her knee to her thigh. When they retreated, she felt a sense of loss, but gasped when she felt his hand on her stomach, biting his lip as his fingers traveled upward toward her breast. "Jay," she breathed, her voice husky as his fingers lingered beneath her breast. A soft moan escaped her lips as he brushed over her hardening nipple. They had never ventured this far before, and her hands didn't remain idle for long, beginning to explore him in return. She moved back into her breeches, feeling a rush of emotions. Just as she was about to pull him closer, she felt his fingers gently rolling her nipple between them. The soft moan that escaped her lips was swallowed by his eager mouth as their tongues danced together. When he finally broke the kiss and pulled away, she nearly cried out. The look in his eyes revealed just how difficult it was for him to part from her. "I'm sorry, forgive me," he said, his cheeks flushing as he struggled to meet her gaze, the boldness he had moments before fading away. "There is nothing to forgive, my love," she replied softly. We almost. And soon we will," she assured him, her voice dripping with desire. The look Jay gave her made it clear that he appreciated her words. Later that night, she lay in bed, her fingers brushing over her nipples, trying to recreate the sensations he had ignited within her. But no matter how hard she tried, her fingers were a poor substitute for his. Rolling over, she smiled to herself, thinking, soon, it would be his fingers touching her again. In the year 298 AC, Kat lay beside him, relieved when he rolled off her. His sweaty brow had dripped onto her face, and she reached for a cloth to clean herself. One of the reasons she had instigated their time together was that he always fell asleep immediately afterward. Getting up from the bed, she used the excuse of needing to visit the privy, should anyone question her. She quickly dressed and began to walk around the keep. She found that when Peter slept, she could think more clearly. With her own dreams so troubled, she tried to avoid sleeping unless absolutely necessary. The news she had overheard weighed heavily on her mind. The bastard had been crowned, and soon he would come looking for them. House Royce had been summoned to court, and though someone named Harding now occupied the area, no one expected the Vale to do anything but bend the knee. Her faith in the Vale was waning, and she felt a knot of concern tightening in her stomach. The knights had been defeated, but their kneeling only made their position here more precarious. She had overheard their plans to leave being hastened, and her suspicions were confirmed when she sifted through Peter's papers. The fact that it wasn't just from Peter's words reinforced her growing mistrust of him. This only deepened her reluctance to go to Essos with the man she had once viewed as her husband and savior. The more time she spent with him, the clearer it became that he was anything but that. "My lady," a servant inquired as she walked through the hall. "I was heading to the privy. My husband is sleeping, and I wouldn't want to disturb him by using the one in our room," she replied, feeling frustrated that she needed to explain herself to the servant. She had realized that Peter questioned everyone about her movements. She moved quietly and carefully through the keep. To all outward appearances, she strolled, but she had learned that things were not as they seemed at Drearfort, which shared more in common with the Bolton Keep than she had ever imagined. The people here were fearful, worried, afraid to incur Peter's displeasure. She wondered how she had never noticed this fear in those who worked for him before. Had she been blind? Had she been so focused on the bastard and the dangers he posed that she had overlooked an even bigger threat lurking closer at hand? The more time she spent with Peter, the more she began to fear that this was true. Even now, she recalled how he had stoked her fears regarding Jon Snow. She still hadn't figured out why he did that, what he stood to gain from it, other than her, of course. But what was it that Peter truly sought? Kat wasn't so arrogant as to think she was his only goal. A part of it, yes, a large part, perhaps, but there was more to his game than simply making her his. She reached the main door and stepped into the courtyard, feeling the bitter chill of the wind in this bleak place, yet welcoming it more than the warmth of the keep. A sudden screech filled the air, and she looked up to see. The eagle flew down and landed on a nearby tree, its eyes fixed on her, sending a shiver down her spine. It was clear the bird was watching her, and despite her reluctance to return to the keep, despite the urge to flee as far away as possible, the eagle's piercing gaze unsettled her so much that she turned back towards the keep. The Wolf's Wood was a place she rarely ventured. It was a northern land meant for Northmen and women, a domain of wolves and bears, not a place for someone like her. The howls of the wolves and the sound of twigs snapping beneath unseen feet reminded her that she was not alone, and she no longer wished to remain there. Turning around, she realized there was no path back, no road that would lead her home or take her forward. She was trapped, and the wolves were closing in. In a panic, she ran past a tree and caught sight of the eagle again. She heard it screech, followed by the howling of the wolves drawing ever closer. She stumbled and fell to the ground more than once, but in the distance, she finally spotted it. The gray walls of the keep had never looked so welcoming. Yet, when she reached them, the gates were shut, and the guards laughed as she begged for entry. Then, she heard the beating of wings and looked up to see a white dragon soaring toward her. In her desperation, she found a gap in the wall that allowed her to slip inside the keep. Soon, she found herself in a cool, dark place, a part of the castle she had rarely visited. The statues around her seemed to glare down, their voices echoing in her mind. "Begone. You don't belong here. You're not one of us." As she looked around, she saw a woman, no, a spirit, a specter. The figure facing her was dead, wasn't she? "You dared. My son, you dared. I damn you, Caitlin Tully, to the seven hells. I damn you." Lyanna Stark's voice rang out, filled with fury, before she shouted one word. "Ghost." Red eyes glinted as they approached her, and in terror, she turned and ran for the door, soon confronted by the heavy crypt doors that barred her way. She had always feared this moment. The relief of finding the gates open was fleeting. As she glanced back, she saw the red eyes drawing ever closer. With every ounce of strength, she pushed forward, slamming the gates behind her and letting out a breath of relief, only to be met by a chilling sight. The white dragon stood before her, its deep purple eyes fixed on her. She looked up to see him seated on its back, dressed in black and red, adorned with a circlet of square-cut rubies. "Please, I'm sorry," she pleaded. "I'm so sorry. And yet, somehow, I just can't seem to care," the boy replied. "Jon Snow, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Dracarys." She jolted awake, screaming, finding Peter leaning over her, holding her tightly to the bed. She hadn't even noticed when the woman entered or tasted the liquid poured down her throat. The cold didn't register as they loaded her into the carriage, but she heard the screech. She saw the eagle's eyes, felt their gaze upon her as the carriage rolled away. King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. After he had returned Margaery to her room, he struggled to find sleep. The image of her face, the memory of her touch, lingered far too vividly in his mind. In search of distraction, he attempted to warg, opening his mind to see where it would take him. He felt the sun warming his back as he soared over the desert, and the cold wind brushing against him as he rode through the north. Reaching out, he found his sister asleep on Dragonstone and realized he needed to discuss matters with Dany. The dragons would always regard the island as their home, and this was a decision they would need to reach together. After spending some time with Ghost and Winter, he opened his eyes and walked to his desk. Eager to work on his personal plans, he wrote as carefully as he could. Then, he read through some of his father's letters, seeking answers to questions he had never dared to ask. Finally, exhaustion took over, and he drifted off to sleep at his desk. He woke up at his desk, startled by Tommen's arrival early the next morning. With Daisy and Joanna now present, his sparring sessions with Jaime had become a bit more irregular. So, He trained with Arthur or whoever was on duty, trying to make the most of the time he had left to train Tommen as best as he could. It was yet another task he never felt he had enough time for, and when he couldn't manage it himself, he passed the responsibility to the King's Guard. After washing up and changing his clothes, he made his way to Gerion's room for breakfast. It was the first of many things he had been eagerly anticipating. To his relief, Cregan had gone to break his fast with his mother and the Starks, leaving just the three of them for this meal. "Jon!" Joy exclaimed as soon as he entered. Before he knew it, she had hugged him, and he found himself saying hello to Valyrian and then to Gerion. "I wasn't sure what time you'd join us, so we may have started without you," Gerion said. Jon nodded, glancing at Joy, who he suspected was the reason for their early start. "Someone was hungry, huh?" he remarked, noticing Joy's smirk. After they finished eating, listening to Joy recount her adventures chasing Valyrian through the keep, Jon took a sip of his juice and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a scroll and handed it to Gerion. He watched intently as Gerion read it, then looked up at him and Joy. "You're sure about this, Jay?" Gerion asked, his brow furrowing. "Of this?" This is something I've never been sure of," Jon replied, turning his gaze to Joy. "What is this?" Joy asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked between them. "Joy, remember when we explained why you're called Hill?" Gerion began, and Joy nodded in response. "Well, now that I'm king, I can change that. Though you're still who you always are, and nothing can ever change that to me, from now on, to everyone else, you will be Joy Lannister, by order of the king." He watched as Joy looked at her father, reaching out to take the paper in her hands. They had discussed this before, and now it was finally happening. Bastards and what it meant to be one, that was a shared comfort for Joy, knowing that Jon was one too. It was the one doubt that lingered in his mind about legitimizing her, the fear that she might not feel the same way or that it could make her think he felt differently about her. "So, like you?" Joy asked, looking at him, her question momentarily confusing him. "Joy? Like you're not a snow, I'm not a hill," she clarified. He nodded, watching her smile bloom as she hugged her father, and then him. "Lady Joy Lannister," her father said proudly. "Yoy," she replied, and Jay kissed her cheek, whispering in her ear, "Always to me, Yoy." From there, it was off to a small council meeting, and then into the throne room for more trials. The main ones on the agenda were for Stannis Baratheon and Quentyn Martell. It was no surprise that Oberyn wasn't present, so instead, Jon had his uncle Ned, Jaime, and Mace act as judges. Stannis was brought out first. Jon hadn't had the chance to speak with the man himself, but that was simply due to his busy schedule, not a slight against him. "Lord Stannis Baratheon, you are charged with treason." "How do you plead?" Jaime called out. "Not guilty," Stannis replied. "You rose to arms against the king, Lord Stannis." "That's treason," Mace stated loudly. "He was not my king," Stannis shot back. "True enough, my lord. Yet I am king now, and you raised your arms and turned down an offer of parley, did you not?" Jaime pressed, and Stannis nodded. "I did. My lords, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but any man who rose to arms against Lord Stannis' brother and refused to kneel when given the chance, what sentence did they face?" "For what charge?" Jon asked. "To lose their heads or take the black, your grace," Uncle Ned answered. "Treason, your grace," Mace added. "What is your verdict on Lord Stannis, my lords?" Jon asked. "Guilty," Uncle Ned declared, and both Mace and Jaime echoed the verdict. "Lord Stannis, you've been found guilty. We offer you the same choice your brother gave many men, the wall or your head." Jaime stated. "The wall," Stannis replied, and Jay nodded as he was led from the room. Stannis cast a glance at Shireen and Ser Davos as he left. Next, Quentyn was brought in, and he exuded confidence, clearly expecting someone to come to his defense. Prince Quentyn Martell. I choose trial by combat, the prince declared loudly. You have a champion? Jaime inquired. My uncle, Prince Oberyn Martell, Quentyn answered, scanning the room, but finding Oberyn absent. My lords, I have a letter here from Prince Oberyn confirming he rejects the offer to stand as his nephew's champion, Jaime announced as he stepped forward. You lie, Quentyn protested. No, nephew, he does not, Oberyn said, entering the throne room, causing Jay to glance at him in surprise. You won't stand for family? Quentyn exclaimed, aghast. I stand with my family, nephew, Oberyn replied, walking past Quentyn to take his place beside Jay. Quentyn welcomed the wall, along with the rest of the Dornish lords and knights, both those who had joined him in the Stormlands and those who had attacked Highgarden. Once they had dealt with the last of them, Jaime called a halt to the proceedings. The Vale lords and Riverlanders who had sided with Edmure could be addressed another day. Instead, he wanted to gauge the opinions of others and discuss plans with his wife and her grandmother regarding the Reach and the Riverlands. As he made his way through the halls, he encountered Lord Raymond Derry and invited him to join him. The Lord of Derry was more than happy to oblige. Once they reached Jaime's chambers, he sent Tommen to find Margaery and Olenna, then invited Lord Raymond inside, gesturing for him to take a seat. Jaime had contemplated long and hard about what to do with Raymond and had even considered naming him Lord Paramount. In the Riverlands, Lord Raymond Derry faced a difficult situation. Though his heart might have led him to make choices for the sake of pride, he understood that his family simply didn't have the men or resources to function as a great house. But today, that was about to change. Lord Raymond, he began, looking directly at the man, the lands that the usurper took from your family, the restrictions placed upon you regarding your men-at-arms, those will be changed starting today. I hereby return every foot of land that was once under House Derry's control. As the income from these lands begins to flow in, I leave it to you to rebuild your numbers to what they once were. Thank you, Your Grace, Raymond replied, his voice filled with gratitude. I also intend to name you as the Riverlands envoy, my lord. Aside from the Lord Paramount himself, your voice will carry the most weight when I speak on matters concerning the Riverlands. I ask that you bring any issues the River Lords or the small folk may have to my attention. I trust you to keep me informed of any problems that arise. Your Grace, you honor me, Raymond said, humbled. House Targaryen owes your house a great debt, Lord Raymond. I'm happy to repay it in any way I can. He continued speaking with Lord Derry for a few more moments, discussing the additional trading income and assuring him that it would remain until the full extent of his returned land's income began to materialize. After Raymond departed, he summoned refreshments, knowing Olenna would appreciate them upon her arrival. He felt relieved that they arrived before both his wife and Olenna did. He and Margaery had already discussed many of the topics he intended to cover with Olenna, and he wondered if Margaery had shared this information with her grandmother. It quickly became clear that she hadn't. While he had given the small council a general overview, only Margaery, he, and now Olenna would understand the full extent of his plans for the time being. One of the changes I intend to implement, Olenna, involves any children Margaery and I may have. However, there's something important you need to know about that, and something I'd like to ask your advice on. Of course, Jay, Margaery replied. We don't want to try for children right after we're married. My mother was not much older than Margaery when I was born. Though our circumstances are very different, both she and my grandmother lost their lives in childbirth. While I know that waiting doesn't guarantee a woman's safety any more than not waiting does, that's not the only reason we've made this decision. We want some time for ourselves, grandmother, to be just us before we start a family, Margaery added. Olenna looked at them both thoughtfully. People will talk, Jay. They will speak of Margaery, and of you too, she warned. Let them, Jay said, dismissing her concerns. I don't care. Even if we aren't blessed with children, though I am certain we will be, Margaery is my queen, my only queen. He smiled at Margaery, thinking of the eggs he had found, certain they were for their future children. Olenna smiled slightly in return before nodding, and Jay turned his attention back to his plans for their children. If we are blessed with more than one or two, it won't just be Summerhall and Harrenhal where I intend to create seats for them. I'm also looking to the north, Dorne, the Vale, and the Reach. Your Grace? Olenna said, and he could see that he had surprised her. She had not used his name as he had requested. My house has suffered, my lady. It suffered from a lack of understanding about the issues and needs of each of the kingdoms. Yes, it suffered from the ambitions of men and the narrow-mindedness of maesters too, but that alone wasn't the reason we nearly fell. I intend for my family to be a part of the realm, to understand it, and yes, to rule it. Never again will a kingdom rise against my house, unless they're prepared to deal with us first. There was a moment of silence as Olenna absorbed his words, and he could almost see her mind working as she looked between him and Margaery. You intend to use your aunt and uncle's future children too, don't you, Jay? Olenna asked. I intend to create many new seats, Olenna. If we're lucky enough to fill them with our children, then so be it. If not, my aunt and my uncle, it matters not, as long as House Targaryen grows strong, he replied, earning a chuckle from his grandmother. I take it this isn't all you've asked me here for? Olenna inquired. Jay glanced at Margaery, who spoke up about his plans with Tarly. Jay intends to name Lord Tarly as the Reach's envoy, grandmother, Margaery said. Olenna turned her gaze back to Jay. I'd name another, but it must be Lord Tarly. I need him brought close, and to name a different lord would surely be considered a slight. It would, Jay agreed. But these envoys, what difference is there between them and the Lord Paramounts? What's to stop Randall Tarly from becoming a more powerful voice than Mace or Willas? Lord Paramounts rule their kingdoms in my name, Olenna. Envoys will bring forth issues from their kingdoms, be it matters unresolved by the Lord Paramounts, small folk concerns, or issues of the kingdom itself. Yet they have no real power, they merely express their own voices on their concerns. Some will be based here and may carry out a Lord Paramount's bidding, while others will visit from time to time. And Willas? Mace? Olenna asked. My good brother and good father, Olenna. My master of coin and Lord Paramount of the Reach, my wife's father and brother. If there are any who have a louder voice at the table than House Tyrell, then they wear a three-headed dragon on their breast, Jay said, looking at her. House Tyrell, House Lannister, House Stark, and House Martell, none will come close or surpass them, except for my own. The Riverlands, the Stormlands, the Vale, and the Iron Islands will all see changes, while the others will not. He felt a sense of relief as his answer seemed to ease her concerns, affirming that his ideas held the merit he believed they did. She didn't feel he was trying to deceive her. It was clear that even the Lannisters hadn't risen as high as House Tyrell, and their position was now one that no one could ever threaten. When Olenna left him alone with his wife, Margaery came over to sit beside him on the couch. He noticed her blush at the memories, and he found himself smiling. Your family's house will always be one I seek to protect, Margaery, he said softly. I know, Jay. But our house, yours and mine, that will always be my priority. You, our family, the future, that is everything to me. Together, Margaery, always. Always, she replied as she kissed him. Chapter 129, Good Queen Margaery. King's Landing, 298 AC. Oberyn took a moment to reflect. Were it not for Ellaria's arrival and the fact that she had brought their children with her, he might still be lost in grief over his brother. Despite Doran's actions, he was still family, and Oberyn was the last of their line. He could never forgive Doran for going against Elaya's wishes or for what he had done while their sister was alive. He had known about Elaya's feelings for Fowler. It was no secret that she cared for the man and had wanted him for herself. Yet, he had never thought much about Fowler's death, other than the pain it caused Elia. In his anger, he could have become a kinslayer. When Jay had told him what he had done, Oberyn had breathed a huge sigh of relief. His nephew had every right to seek vengeance against Doran, yet he had chosen to spare him. Only for the gods to decide that he, too, would have to answer for his actions. Oberyn had turned to drink, withdrawing from his responsibilities, and he was grateful that Jay and his daughters had given him space. Hearing that Ellaria was here with his girls quickly brought him back to life. Ellaria had both slapped him and hugged him, pulling him from his dark thoughts. That Jay had seated her at the high table, ensuring no one regarded her as anything less than she deserved, only proved that he was Elia's son in spirit, if not in blood. Now, they had been invited to a private dinner, and Jay finally had the chance to meet his daughters properly. As Ellaria dressed and made sure Elia and Obella were attired correctly for once, and as Sarella chatted with Tyene, Nymeria, and Obara, Oberyn sat with Doria and Larisa, watching the girls play on the floor in front of him. To say it was a boon to his soul to see them so happy was an understatement. It was as certain as the sun rising on the morrow, he thought with a smirk. "Papa, what is our cousin like?" Doria asked. "He is the king," Larisa replied, and Oberyn chuckled. "The Dragon King?" Doria inquired, and Oberyn nodded. "I thought he was the Wolf King," Larisa said, confusion evident in her voice. "He is a wolf, a dragon, and a snake too," Oberyn explained. "Like us?" Doria asked, her face lighting up with happiness. "Just like us," he said, glancing at both of them with affection. Ellaria entered the room, already dressed, accompanied by Elia and Obella. All three wore matching outfits, though Ellaria's was more sophisticated. "Come here, girls. Let me look at you both," Ellaria said, as Doria and Larisa stood up. Their mother adjusted their dresses, gently wiping dirt off Doria's cheek, a remnant of her earlier adventures. As Oberyn rose to join them, Ellaria glanced at him. He turned around, playfully showcasing his attire, which earned her approval. They made their way to the king's rooms, with Ellaria holding the hands of their youngest daughters while Oberyn walked alongside Elia and Obella, who were both doing their best to emulate their sisters. Ser Arthur and Ser Richard, the two Kingsguard on duty, stood by as the door opened. Any pretense of formality quickly faded when Larisa spotted Ghost. "Look, Papa. He's white, like the sands in the water gardens," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. "Your Grace," Ellaria greeted, as Jay approached. The frown on his face melted into a smile when he hugged his aunt and knelt down to speak to Doria and Larisa. "Don't let his white fur fool you, little snakes. He can get quite dirty when he wants to," Jay said, prompting giggles from the girls. "Your Grace," Doria said, performing a curtsy that brought a smile to Ellaria's face. "Call me Jay, or cousin," he replied, and Doria didn't hesitate to comply. The meal was a delightful Dornish feast, and although Jay seemed to, despite feeling a bit overwhelmed by the spices, Oberyn found that he enjoyed the effort nonetheless. He couldn't help but chuckle when he noticed that Jay, more than even his two youngest daughters, seemed to relish the sweets. He smiled as he watched his nephew rush to give Ghost some water after Elia had treated him to a bit of her spiced chicken. "I believe you promised me a psalm, nephew," Ellaria said after the meal was finished. Jay looked slightly flushed for a moment. "I did write one, Aunt, but I must admit that while I intended it to be about all my cousins, it may not be suitable for the younger ones just yet." "And yet I'd still like to hear it," Ellaria replied. Jay glanced at Oberyn, who nodded encouragingly. With that, Jay stood up and walked to another room, soon returning with a harp. His daughters watched eagerly, especially Elia. "I wrote this song for all my cousins," Jay announced. "One day, I had hoped it would suit you all." As he began to play, Oberyn noticed Tyene, Nymeria, and even Obara, much to his surprise, lean in with anticipation. "I dream of rain. Ya lily ah ya leal. I dream of gardens in the desert sand. I wake in pain. Yalili ah Yalil. I dream of love as time runs through my hand. I dream of fire. Yalili ah Yalil. Those dreams are tied to a horse that will never tire. And in the flames. Yalili ah Yalil. Her shadows play in the shape of a man's desire. This desert rose. Yalili ah Yalil. Each of her veils, a secret promise. This desert flower. Yalili ah Yalil. No sweet perfume ever tortured me more than this. And as she turns. Yalili ah Yalil. This way she moves in the logic of all my dreams. This fire burns. Yalili ah Yalil. I realize that nothing's as it seems. I dream of rain. Yalili ah Yalil. I dream of gardens in the desert. Sand, I wake in pain. Yalili ah Yalil. I dream of love as time slips through my fingers. I dream of rain. Yalili ah Yalil. I lift my gaze to the empty skies above. I close my eyes. Her rare perfume is the sweet intoxication of her love. I dream of rain. Yalili ah Yalil. I dream of gardens in the desert sand. I wake in pain. Yalili ah Yalil. I dream of love as time runs through my hands. Sweet desert rose. Yalili ah Yalil. Each of her veils, a secret promise. This desert flower. Yalili ah Yalil. No sweet perfume has ever tortured me more than this. Sweet desert rose. Yalili ah Yalil. This memory of Eden haunts us all. This desert flower. This rare perfume is the sweet intoxication of the fall. Oberyn glanced at his daughters as Jay played the last notes. Tyene, Nymeria, and even Sarella were looking away, trying to hide their tears. Sarella wore a smile, as did Elia and Obella, while Doria and Larisa seemed to enjoy the performance, even if they didn't fully understand it. Ellaria, however, wept openly, tears streaming down her face. When Oberyn looked back at Jay, he noticed the young man's worried expression, only for Ellaria to wipe her eyes and shake her head gently. Thank you, Jay. That was beautiful, a worthy song for our girls, Ellaria said. Jay nodded, rising to carry his harp away, eliciting groans from his youngest daughter. Oberyn turned to Ellaria, who was smiling now, her eyes still glistening with tears. He shared her sentiment. There was no better way to describe their daughters than as desert roses. He knew how Jay regarded his mother, the Winter Rose, and his wife, the Golden One, which made the song resonate even more deeply with him and Ellaria, who understood that he saw their girls in the same light. When Jay returned, he appeared nervous, and Oberyn noticed he was holding 2 pieces of parchment. Jay? Oberyn asked, looking at him curiously. I don't know how you might feel about this, Uncle. If I've overstepped or if this isn't something you desire, please understand that it's not meant as a slight, Jay said, his voice soft and low. Jay? Ellaria asked, and he handed her a piece of parchment, then took one for himself. As he looked down at it, his heart began to race. He turned to Ellaria and saw her tears threatening to fall once more. The moment he handed her the parchment he'd been reading, the tears spilled over, and he felt his own emotions rising as he read her message. He had legitimized his girls, an unexpected turn of events he hadn't even dared to hope for. Yet, knowing his nephew, he should have anticipated it. The fact that he had done the same for Ellaria came as a surprise, but it was further proof that he truly saw her, just as he always had. I don't know what to say, nephew, Oberyn said, his voice filled with emotion. You take no offense? Jay asked, his voice shaking. Father? Sarella called out, watching as Ellaria handed her the paper. You would name us Martells? Nymeria asked, her surprise evident. You are and have always been Martells, regardless of the name you carry, Jay replied, a smile forming on Oberyn's face. Should you wish it, then from now on, you are to be addressed as such. He nodded, knowing he would let his daughters choose. Whether they wanted to remain as Sands or bear his family's name was entirely up to them. Ellaria would choose to be her father's daughter. She would want their children to bear his name. He knew that, and he was grateful for the chance to see it happen. I thank you, Jay, for me, for Ellaria, for my girls, Oberyn said, looking at him earnestly. For our family, Uncle, Jay replied. For our family, Ellaria echoed with a smile, and Oberyn nodded in agreement. In King's Landing, in the year 298 AC, Sir Richard Lonmouth had been in conversation with the king about his plans for the realm. Even Richard was stunned by the extent of those plans, talk of a standing army and a near division of the kingdoms. True, the main great houses who had supported him. Jay was confident that his actions wouldn't cause any negative repercussions, but he knew it would still raise some concerns. Like many others, he had been worried about Dragonstone. For so long, it had been the seat of the crown prince. Yet again, what Jay said made perfect sense. The larger the force House Targaryen could rely on, completely loyal to them above all else, the more secure they would be. He chuckled at the thought of them being insecure, considering they had 5 dragons with riders, and their king walked around with a giant dire wolf by his side, capable of feats that left even Richard astounded. Not to mention, the king was about to be married into the Reach, had Dorne's full support, especially now that Doran was gone, and was a son of both the North and the West. But as Jay had explained, Richard found his reasoning to be sound, regardless of the dragons. His king was right. If they had a garrison large enough at Dragonstone, they could have been called to the Trident. One more powerful house coming from the opposite direction might have been enough to end the rebellion right then and there. Jay intended to have more than one, he thought with a smile, although other matters occupied his mind as he walked toward the Red Keep. Jay wanted him to sit in during his discussions with Lord Royce and Asha Greyjoy. Richard himself had news to share with the king, news he felt would please him and eliminate one final threat. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the new royal guard, men from the 100 who had essentially taken over the operations of the Red Keep. While there was still a household guard beneath them, Ser Bonifer's men were everywhere, a fact that pleased him greatly. Ser Richard, a voice called out. He turned to see Ser Bonifer approaching, a smile on his face that had become all too familiar lately. Ser Bonifer, how fares you? Richard asked. Good. Ser Richard, confused but good, Bonifer replied, his smile unwavering. Bon? Richard inquired as the man reached him. Prince. Aemon, Richard, Bonifer began, his grace asked me to teach his uncle a bit with a sword. While he's a novice, he does show potential. Yet there is some issue? Richard inquired. It's just confusing to see him, to know who he is, and the Princess Shiera, Bonifer admitted. I know. I don't truly understand it, and I've seen our king do some incredible things. I know it's magical, Bon, just like the dragons that fly or the other wonders the king has accomplished. Bonifer looked at him, his expression thoughtful, as if he were about to share something important but hesitated, concerned about how Richard would react or how his words might sound. After a moment, his curiosity seemed to outweigh his reluctance. His grace came upon me speaking with the princess about her mother. Dany was both happy and upset to hear some of the stories. I had just been talking to her about the tourney, Richard, where I crowned Riella. The princess said it must have been quite a sight. I can imagine, Richard replied with a smile. His grace overheard and said something strange, something unbelievable, Bonifer continued, lowering his voice to a near whisper. He said if we wished, he could show us that day, let us see it. Richard, is such a thing even possible? It is. The glass candles, Bon. I'll speak no more of them here, but if his grace told you he'd show you, then he will. Did he say when? After the wedding, Bonifer said, sounding much more excited now. Then it's something to look forward to, is it not? Richard said, smiling and nodding. Bonifer returned the gesture, his enthusiasm evident. Leaving Bonifer behind, Richard walked through the keep toward the king's rooms, finding Ser Barristan and Ser Loras on duty at the door. He knocked, was bid entry, and stepped inside to find the king seated at his desk, reviewing some papers and making notes. After being invited to approach, Richard prepared to speak. Richard took a seat and waited until the king looked his way. "Your Grace," he said. "Richard, sorry. Bloody paperwork. Who knew ruling meant signing your name over and over again?" Jay chuckled. "No wonder Robert drank so much." "Lord Yohn, Richard." "A moment, if I may, Jay. I received this from one of my lips in the veil, from the fingers." Richard replied, and Jay looked unsurprised. "Littlefinger and Lady Catelyn?" Jay guessed. Richard nodded. "They are preparing to leave, Jay. Essos, I believe, given the ship that awaits in Gulltown." "They're leaving from there?" Jay asked, now surprised. "Aye. We can take them. Your Grace, Lord Gerald Grafton would be more than happy to lend us some of his men, and I have bards ready," Richard said, glancing at the king. He watched as Jay fell silent, his fingers drumming on the table, deep in thought. Finally, Jay nodded. "Alive, Richard." "Alive and unharmed," he said. "Both of them?" "If possible, aye." Richard felt a surge of excitement at the thought of bringing them both in, especially Littlefinger. That man had enjoyed his freedom for far too long, and his time was long overdue. If it had been up to Richard, he would have seen Littlefinger dead the moment he learned about his plots against the king. He would take great pleasure in seeing him fall. "Lord Royce?" Jay asked. "A good man, a bit stiff and unyielding at times, but one who lives by his word. I know he never liked your family, Jay, even back before Aerys had Ser Kyle killed." "Was he working against us?" Jay inquired. Richard shook his head. "I doubt it directly, but ask him, and I've no doubt he'd speak truthfully on it. He never drew arms, Richard. Unlike some of the others, he never drew arms. While there were others like Lord Grafton and Lord Redfort who didn't either, they don't have the strength to." "Do they, my lord?" "No. I'll name Lord Grafton as my Vale envoy. Depending on our meeting with Lord Royce, he may also serve as my lord and warden." "What about Ser Harold?" "You could do as Visenya did," Richard suggested with a chuckle. "I don't have the hair for it, but Shiera or Dany could manage it without a doubt," Jay replied with a small laugh. "I intend to send him this." Jay handed Richard the Raven Scroll. Richard read it and then looked back at Jay. "And what if he doesn't accept?" "Then after I take his head, the Eyrie will become a seat for House Targaryen," Jay declared, and Richard smiled. It was a reasonable enough offer. Lord Royce could keep his seat and pay increased taxes while seeing his lands reduced, or he could lose his head. Either way, he was losing something. Just then, Richard heard a knock at the door. He moved to another seat, settling back as Ser Barristan entered and took position behind the king. Ser Walder took his place at the door as Lord Royce arrived a few moments later. Richard noticed that the Lord of Runestone looked nervous for once. He watched as the king stared down Lord Royce, smirking when it was Lord Yohn, not Jay, who eventually turned his gaze away. "Your liege lord and king conspired to remove my family from their rightful place, Lord Royce," Jay began. "Before Harrenhal, before my grandfather, before they had any true reason to do so. They manipulated my father and mother to create a spark, used my uncle to forge a reason, and leveraged their deaths to justify a rebellion. As I've been told, Your Grace." "It has become clear to me," Lord Royce said softly. "And what about your part?" Jay pressed. "Your Grace?" Yohn replied, confused. "You bore no love for my family, did you, my lord?" "No, I did not, Your Grace. Your grandfather's condition was well known to me, so yes, I held no love for your family. At Harrenhal, I saw what your father had done as shameful. Jay glared at him, compelling the Lord to continue speaking. Though I had no true understanding of things, Your Grace, Yohn said. No, you did not, Jay replied, his voice tinged with anger. Did you conspire against my family, my lord? On your oath, I need to know your part before we speak further. But rest assured, Lord Royce, Robert Baratheon and Jon Arryn thought their crimes were a secret, and yet I know them all. So think carefully before you speak. At Harrenhal, Your Grace, we discussed your father's actions, Yohn explained. We? Jay asked, intrigued. Lord Arryn, Ser Elbert, and I, Yohn continued. As I said, I thought those actions shameful, and Lord Jon used them as an excuse to paint your father as being like your grandfather. That, Your Grace, is the extent of my involvement before the rebellion began. When it did, I rose with my liege on what I believed were rightful grounds. Your grandfather had called for the heads of Robert and your uncle. He also summoned me to court to answer for what my nephew had done. Ser Kyle? Jay inquired, and Yohn nodded. Aye. His father was long since dead, and the boy was almost like my own son. I was called to answer alongside your grandfather and many other men. Unlike them, I did not flee, and I'm still here today. And so you rose? Jay asked. And so I rose, Your Grace, Yohn confirmed. Richard observed as Jay fell silent, his gaze fixed on Lord Royce, who appeared slightly uncomfortable in his seat. Now that you know the truth of things, my lord, just as you discovered the truth about me, would you have marched back or marched to war if you could go back to that time? Jay pressed. I'd have marched to see your grandfather removed, Your Grace. Be that through your father, had I known, or through my liege lord, I cared not. I sought justice for my nephew, and who delivered it mattered little. Silence fell over the room for a moment, and Richard glanced at Barristan, who, despite his stone-faced demeanor, seemed on the verge of chuckling. I can find no fault in your actions, Lord Royce, not then or now, Jay said, surprising Lord Yohn, who gasped in response. Your Grace? Yohn replied, still taken aback. My uncle, Lord Jaime, Sirs Barristan and Arthur, have all taught me much about honor, Lord Royce. I respect it and aspire to it, but it is not what guides me. So before I explain why I asked you here, I'll make one thing perfectly clear. Of course, Your Grace. My family has suffered betrayals in the past, my lord, but unlike them, I have the means to uncover deceit long before it becomes a problem. You remember what they used to say about Lord Bloodraven? 1,000 eyes in one, Yohn said shakily. Aye, just like my kinsman, my eyes see everything, my lord. So I ask you, on your honor, to swear your fealty to me here and now. I will accept it as your word and oath. Should I find out you've lied, then I have already seen 2 great houses brought low. I have no issue doing the same with another. Richard watched as Lord Yohn stood up to take his sword from its scabbard. Ser Barristan moved his hand in warning, but the Bronze Lord was allowed to remove his blade. Kneeling before them, he looked up at the king, who was now standing. I swear fealty to His Grace Jaehaerys Targaryen, to his house and its descendants, from this day and for all days. My house swears itself in perpetuity to yours. Your Grace, I will come when called and rule by your order, from this day until my last. I accept your fealty, my lord. Now sit while we discuss your future. King's Landing, 298 AC Asha. When she saw her brother, she was amazed he had survived what he had been through. Then she slapped him hard across the face before pulling him into a hug. Hearing what he had done didn't surprise her, it only proved that he had learned nothing from his time in the north. If he had actually violated the girl and made her his salt wife as he claimed, then the Iron Islands would be no. The Starks would have come, and they would have come hard. This time, they wouldn't stop at the gates of Pike. The fact that the girl was still under 10 name days made Asha feel ashamed to call him her brother. Yet, as she sat in her cell later, it wasn't that shame that weighed heavily on her mind. Instead, she contemplated just how dire their situation was and how precarious the Iron Islands might soon become. It would have been bad enough for Theon to dishonor a daughter of House Stark. The North, the Riverlands, and likely even the West would have united against them. But to dishonor the sister of the Dragon King? She shuddered at the thought of Pike resembling Harrenhal in the wake of such a calamity. Since her arrival here, they had treated her well, far better than she had been treated in Winterfell. Being away from men who mocked her was a welcome relief. After her fall at Deepwood Motte, she had been brought to the home of the Starks, where she faced ridicule at nearly every turn. As their prisoner, she had endured cold, hunger, fatigue, and daily mockery. But here, she was treated with a surprising degree of kindness. It perplexed her, even as she appreciated the warm meals, the cozy bed, and guards who simply did their jobs. She couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity about what their plans for her might be. "Come," the guard said simply. Asha looked up from her bed. "Now." She rose and felt the cold bite of chains around her wrists, something she hadn't experienced since arriving here. Four guards escorted her down a corridor, and she glanced at the cells around her, noticing they were full. They led her up some stairs and down a much nicer corridor. It dawned on her that she was now in the Red Keep. When she spotted the men in red and black cloaks, their armor gleaming in the light, she was impressed. But it was the men in white cloaks who truly stood out. King's Guard. She was being taken to see the king or queen, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. One of the guards spoke, and then a giant of a man took her by the arm, guiding her into a chamber. In the room, an older man sat to one side, looking at her with curiosity. Behind a table, an even older man with gray hair wore a white cloak and rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, making his intentions clear. But it was the young boy at the desk who soon captured her attention. He couldn't be more than 15, maybe even younger. Though he was a bit too smooth and clean-shaven for her liking, she had to admit he was a handsome boy. His long, dark hair fell past his shoulders, almost black, and his eyes, the darkest gray she had ever seen, were fixed on her. His smirk irked her, though she knew she was in no position to complain. "Have you eaten or drunk?" the boy asked. "No," she replied. "Your Grace," the gray-haired man said, glaring at her. "No, Your Grace," she corrected herself, watching as the older man nodded to the man at the side. The older man rose and walked to the door. "Take a seat," the king said, and she complied. The silence that followed made her nervous. The boy's eyes seemed to probe deeply into her own, as if he were trying to see into her very soul. It was disconcerting, a look she wouldn't expect from someone so young, and it lingered until food was brought in. Without a knife to cut her food, she picked up the leg of chicken and the bread with her bare hands, swallowing the ale greedily as the boy looked on, smirking. "What news have you heard from your islands?" the king asked once she finished. "None, Your Grace," she answered, noticing a hint of sadness in his gaze. "Then I'm sorry to tell you that your father is dead, my lady." "You lie," she laughed, but the boy remained silent. "How?" "He fell from the bridge that connects your keep," the older man said from the side. She laughed again, shaking her head. "Now I know you lie," she insisted, and once more, she was the only one laughing. "That's the story, my lady. Whatever the truth of how it happened. Your father is dead, and a kingsmoot has been called." "Theon," she began, but the king raised his hand, and to her surprise, it was enough to silence her. "I'll speak about your brother in a moment. Your uncles, Victarion and Euron, both seek to wear the driftwood crown. But there's the rub," the king said, smiling as he looked at her. "There is but one king, and you face him now. I'll deal with your uncles soon enough." As long as they stay on your islands, they can wait. You intend to use dragons against my people? She asked, horrified. I intend to bring my kingdoms to heel, my lady. How I do so depends on the resistance I face. Now I wish to know what part you'll play in helping me achieve that and whether you'll seek to limit the resistance. Your Grace, she asked, her confusion evident. Your brother tried to rape my sister, Lady Greyjoy. That he lost his manhood for it is not punishment enough. If that were his only crime, I would still take his head. But he was also a hostage to your father's good behavior, and yet he ran and sought to break the oath that bound him. No matter what we discuss today, no matter what we agree upon, your brother will lose his head. That is certain, his fate is inevitable. Yours is not. As hard as it was to hear, she had expected it. She felt sorrow, even heartbreak, at the thought of Theon's death, but there was little she could do about it. While she might hate the man in front of her for taking Theon's life, she couldn't honestly say he didn't deserve it. It was the rest of what the king suggested that now troubled her, especially why he was making such a suggestion. You wish to name me Lady of the Iron Islands? She asked, almost incredulously. I will name you as such if you swear fealty, my lady. I will see the Iron Islands restored as one of my kingdoms, and I offer you the chance to be the one to rule. I make this offer, but one day, your uncles will either kneel or fall. By the time I see to either, I will leave you and your people in no doubt about what will happen should you rise again, the king said, his dark gray eyes locked onto hers with determined focus. She felt a lump in her throat at his words, and before she knew it, she found herself on her knees, swearing her fealty. Once she finished, he informed her that she would be moved from her cell and granted some freedom around the keep, essentially a looser chain, as he put it, but that was all she was offered for now. May I speak to my brother, spend some time with him before his time? She asked, her voice tinged with desperation. You may, he replied, but know this, Lady Greyjoy, I've given you a chance, and I'll give your people one too. Just one. Should you try to free your brother, your head will join his, and your islands will suffer for it. It won't be Pike I fly my dragon to first, it'll be Harlaw. Your mother and the reader will be the first to feel Reniex's flames. Don't test me on this, you'll find I have neither the time nor the inclination to offer any second chances. Inside, she glared at him, feeling her hatred rise, but just as quickly as it surged, it faded. Theon was lost anyway, and any further chaos would only come from acting in bad faith, something she had no intention of doing. Even if it weren't for the offer to save her people from a dragon's wrath, she had her own reasons for accepting the king's proposal. As terrible as they might suffer under a dragon's rage, they would suffer far worse with Euron, the crow's eye, in charge. She and Theon would perish alongside every other Ironborn if he was allowed to rule. You have my oath, your grace. I swear fealty to you and your house, from this day to my last. I swear my house to yours. On the drowned god, I swear it, she declared. As the king nodded, she was led from the room. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Margaery sat with Sansa, Mira, Eleanor, and Mega, and the ladies were busy inspecting their dresses and discussing their responsibilities for the wedding. They would walk behind her as her father led her to the High Septon, leaving her side when Jay arrived. It felt strange to think that, unlike her mother and grandmother on their wedding days, she would be the one waiting for her husband, not the other way around. Margaery had been taken aback when she first learned this, confused until her grandmother explained that a king never waits for anyone, not even a queen. She appreciated that this change allowed her ladies to take on a more significant role, and they seemed to enjoy discussing their dresses just as much. No expense had been spared. Her father was spending a considerable amount of money on the wedding. There would be no dowry, as Jay had refused it, instead asking that the funds be placed at her disposal if she wished. Her father, to her grandmother's delight, insisted on covering the wedding costs. To Margaery, it felt like a small price to pay for a crown, though she didn't quite see it that way herself. She knew her father and grandmother did. The dresses her ladies would wear had cost a fortune, even more than what Sansa would typically spend, made from the finest materials money could buy. The fact that they were in the colors of her house was not an issue. Sansa looked particularly stunning in green and gold, in Margaery's eyes. Yet, despite all the preparations for the wedding, the feast, and the upcoming tournament going smoothly, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was somehow doing nothing. True, she was overseeing the arrangements, but her husband was busy addressing matters of state, managing kingdoms, and appointing new lord paramounts and wardens. Jay had discussed each decision with her and welcomed her input, making small adjustments based on her suggestions. He had also postponed publicly naming the new lords and holding the ceremonies where they would kneel and pledge their fealty, allowing them to do so privately for the time being. Still, the days felt a little empty for Margaery, and she longed to do more, to engage more, and to be recognized for her efforts. "Margaery?" Sansa called, breaking her reverie. Margaery shook her head and turned to her friend. "What?" "Sorry, Sansa, I was somewhere else." "Thinking of your future husband, no doubt," Eleanor teased, giggling. "Or perhaps your wedding night," Mega added, earning a smirk followed by a frown from Margaery. "I was just saying, after the ceremony and the feast, do we all have to dance?" Sansa asked. Margaery shook her head, understanding the reason behind Sansa's question. "I must dance, but anyone else is free to stay in their seats if they wish, Sansa." "Why would?" Mega started to ask, but fell silent when Margaery shot her a glare. "Good," Sansa said with a smile. If they had been alone, Margaery would have hugged her for her thoughtfulness. "Out, little hens, you too, Sansa. It's time for my granddaughter to have a more serious conversation," her grandmother announced as she and her mother entered the room. "We'll talk later," Margaery said quietly, and Sansa nodded before getting up and hurriedly leaving the room with the others. Her mother took a seat beside her, while her grandmother settled on the other side. Margaery couldn't help but wonder what this important conversation was going to be about. "I spoke to your mother about what you and Jay told me regarding your plans for an heir," her grandmother began. "Are you sure this is what you want, Margaery? While birthing a child carries risks, you'll have the best care. Gorman is very capable, and he is our kin," her mother added, concern etched on her face. Margaery looked from her grandmother to her mother, searching for understanding. "It is, mother. I want to spend time with my husband, just the two of us, as we grow into our roles both as king and queen and as man and wife. I understand the importance of an heir, as does Jay, but we are young. We have time, don't we?" she asked, worry creeping into her voice as she looked into her mother's eyes. "Of course you do, sweetling. Your grandmother is right, some people may talk, but she assures me that Jay feels the same way as you." "He does, mother," Margaery replied emphatically. "Then that is all that matters, my love. I've spoken to Gorman, and he'll prepare you a little something to take in the mornings after you Anne." Margaery noticed her grandmother roll her eyes at her mother's embarrassment, and she couldn't help but find it incredibly sweet. In response, she rolled her eyes at her grandmother, earning a smirk that reflected her grandmother's pride. "Moon tea?" she asked. "A variation of it," her mother explained. "Gorman's own recipe, and he says it has fewer issues than traditional moon tea." The wedding night itself, her grandmother began, and Margaery felt herself blush as they discussed topics she had imagined for so long. By the time her grandmother finished speaking and her mother added her own advice, Margaery's face was perhaps redder than it had ever been. Even the small book she had been given didn't cover as much as her mother and grandmother had shared. The way they enthusiastically suggested just how much pleasure could be found in the marriage bed made her look at her parents quite differently during dinner that night. When Jay came to her room, she welcomed him inside. Though his hands didn't wander to the same places they had the last time they were alone, she made do with his kisses and the thoughts of what was to come. As they lay there, she gazed at his face resting on her chest, his eyes locked onto hers. She bit her lip before asking a question she never would have dared to before today. Do you, us, Jay? Do you think of us together, of us, laying together? He looked at her so intently that she felt the urge to look away, but his hands gently turned her face back to his. Truly, he asked. She nodded. Far too often, he replied, making her laugh. Good, she said with a smile. Margaery smiled as Jay kissed her cheek. They chatted about their days, but she noticed a frown cross his face when she mentioned the wedding. For a moment, she wondered if she had said something wrong. Jay? She asked. This waiting for me, whose idea was that? He replied. My grandmother suggested it. She said it's the protocol, a king cannot wait for anyone, she explained, surprised when he snorted in response. Bloody protocol be damned, he said firmly. Jay, we can't. We can and we will. You are to be my queen, and I won't allow you to be treated as lesser than any woman, not even for the damnable protocol. When we married in the God's Wood, I waited for you, and I'll wait for you here as well. I'd wait for you forever. I've waited for you for so long already, I can surely wait in the September, he insisted. Margaery laughed and kissed him deeply in response. In the days leading up to the wedding, she changed the arrangement so her ladies would walk with her down the aisle. After they took their seats, she threw herself into managing every little detail. The night before the ceremony stretched long. Jay had visited her earlier that day, and, following her mother's instructions, they wouldn't see each other again until the great September. She was blessed by the High Septon before heading to bed, but despite her efforts, sleep eluded her. It was only the scratching at her door that gave her hope. Putting on her gown, she opened the door to find Loras smirking while Ghost looked her way. She stuck her tongue out at her brother, feeling very unqueenlike, and let the wolf into her room. Snuggling up beside him on her bed, she finally drifted off to sleep, cherishing her last night as Margaery Tyrell. The wedding day arrived, and she could barely eat, her excitement bubbling over at what was about to happen. Even though Jay had married her in his heart long ago, today it would finally be official in the eyes of the faith and the realm. Her granddaughter was about to become the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Olenna's dreams and hopes were finally coming true. It was clear she wasn't the only one feeling a bit anxious. Sansa, Willas, Garland, Allery, and Loras barely touched their food. Even Mace struggled to finish his meal. In contrast, Margaery displayed no such nerves. In fact, she seemed to be the most excited of them all, and for that, Olenna was immensely grateful. Margaery cleaned her plate and even went back for seconds, smiling as she savored the grapes. While everyone around her tried hard to remain calm, Margaery radiated an air of confidence that set her apart. Once she realized she wouldn't finish her meal, she excused herself to get dressed. After she was ready, she made her way to her granddaughter's room. Seeing Margaery standing there in her dress took Olenna by surprise, and tears sprang to her eyes. They were happy tears, but it was rare for her to show such emotion. Margaery noticed immediately, and her golden rose looked concerned. "Grandmother, what's wrong?" Margaery asked, her voice laced with worry. "Nothing, oh sweetling, nothing at all." "Forgive an old woman her joy, especially on this day," Olenna replied, feeling her granddaughter's arms wrap around her. "I'm happy." "You're so happy, grandmother," Margaery whispered, and Olenna chuckled softly as she echoed the sentiment back. "As am I, my child." The wait for the carriages to be ready, for Mace to arrive and collect Margaery, felt like an eternity, though it was likely just a few moments. Olenna could see the same mix of emotions reflected in Allery's eyes and then in Mace's when he finally arrived. "Oh, Margaery, you look." Mace started, and Olenna thought he might break down in tears. But to her relief, he held it together as Margaery embraced him. Olenna felt a swell of pride for her grandson, even though she doubted she would have scolded him for it, not today. She walked alongside Loras, who held her arm, while Sansa, Willas, Garland, and Leonette led the way in front of her. Ellery was being escorted by Ser Baelor, who had come to represent his ailing father. Ahead of them, Mace walked with Margaery, flanked by Ser Arthur and Ser Walder, and Olenna couldn't help but smile at the sight. Jay might not have been able to send the Lord Commander, but he had ensured that the realm recognized how much he valued his new queen. The ride to the Great September was pleasant, and though Margaery longed to acknowledge the cheers from the crowd, Olenna persuaded her to stay inside the carriage with the windows shut until they arrived. Once they reached the September, however, there was no way her granddaughter would resist addressing the crowd. As they heard the chants and cheers for her name, Olenna felt tears threaten to spill over once again. Hail Queen Margaery! The Golden Rose! Margaery Targaryen! Good Queen Margaery! Olenna could have savored the moment for the rest of the day, and perhaps she would have, if Margaery hadn't almost pushed her inside. Her granddaughter's eagerness to wed boded well for the future. Once inside, Margaery quickly took her seat and looked to the front of the September, where Jay stood, waiting just as eagerly as she was, at least from Olenna's perspective. The smile Margaery gave him was genuine, and Olenna was glad to see it returned. Ellery, her daughter, was about to be wed, married to a good man. Though he wore a crown and held the title of king, it was that fact above all else that filled her with joy today. She had liked Jay from the moment they met. She appreciated how he interacted with Loras and how well her son had spoken of him, as had all her sons. It was clear that her daughter favored him, and he felt the same way about her. For a long time, Olenna had thought it was just a crush. Olenna approached her, speaking about the boy. Hearing it from his own lips, understanding who he truly was, and witnessing just how much he cared for her daughter, it meant the world to her. She had little interest in politics or in gaining strength, as her good mother would say. True, she wanted the best for all her children, good matches, and a bright future. But above all, she wished for their happiness. Garland had found it with his wife, Willas seemed to have found a bit of it with young Sansa, and Loras had his white cloak. But Margaery was her pride and joy, her only girl. Olenna had always hoped Margaery would discover the same love she had shared with her own husband. The realm might occasionally look down on Mace, and he could be quite silly far too often, yet he was a good man, true at heart. He had given her 4 children any mother would be proud of, a good life, and above all, he had given her his heart, completely and without asking for anything in return. As she looked at Jay standing on the steps, beside the High Septon and all the people watching, Olenna felt that, despite his obvious differences from Mace, in that respect, he was more like him than any other man she knew. A smile crossed her face as she remembered what her daughter had told her that very morning. Before Olenna or anyone else had arrived, Margaery had asked if she was truly happy, if this was what she wished for. Margaery had left no doubt in her mind. "I've wished for him and him alone since the first time we danced, Mother. Though I didn't know it at the time, when I offered him my hand, it held my heart in it, just as his did when he took it." "You love him truly," Olenna said, smiling. "I do. King or not, trueborn or not, I would wish him for my own no matter what. The realm may see a king and queen marry today, but I won't, and neither will my husband." "What will you see, sweetling?" Olenna asked, her voice warm as she looked at Margaery, who smiled brightly in response. "I'll see a girl marrying the boy she loves," Margaery continued, her eyes shining with joy. "I'll see just John, and he'll see just Margaery, just as we've always seen when we look at each other." Olenna felt her own smile beam with pride, mirroring her daughter's happiness. As the doors opened, she noticed no one looked more eagerly toward them than Mace, the man her daughter was soon to wed. While the others entered the hall, he stayed outside with Margaery and the King's Guard. Even though they were out of sight, the cheers outside were just as loud. His house was being celebrated alongside his daughter's name. Yet, to him, it was just noise. His focus remained on his little girl in front of him, his golden rose and soon-to-be queen. He couldn't be prouder of any of his children than he was in that moment. It's almost time, Ser Arthur said, though Mace barely heard him. Margaery nodded in response. Father, are you well? She asked, concern in her voice. I am, more than well, he replied, forcing a smile. By the seven, I don't think there has ever been a more beautiful bride than you, Margaery. Not even the Targaryens themselves have ever looked as radiant as you do today. Thank you, Father, for everything, Margaery said, her smile lighting up her face. I'm so happy, my love, to see you becoming what you were born to be. I thought that was the only thing that could bring me such joy. It's not? She asked, her brow furrowing slightly. No, he shook his head. It's seeing that happiness on your face, Margaery. I can only thank the father and the mother for making this day possible, for gifting me with such a moment. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek, and then Ser Arthur nodded at him. Together, they turned and walked into the September. Once inside, he looked around and spotted Sansa, Eleanor, Mega, and Mira Forrester, all resplendent in their dresses of green and gold. Yet none could compare to how radiant his Margaery looked as he took her arm in his and began to walk down the aisle. As he walked down the aisle, the sound of bells began to ring out, drawing his attention to Jaehaerys, who stood at the end with a broad smile. The king wore the crown of the conqueror, and his robe displayed the three-headed dragon with striking clarity. He bowed and offered his daughter's arm to the king, watching as Jaehaerys took it in his own. Remarkably, he felt no nerves, no doubts, and no apprehension in that moment, attributing this calmness to the young man himself. Jaehaerys was a good man, and he would be a good husband. That knowledge brought him comfort and strength as he let her go. Margaery was stunning, truly breathtaking. Never had she looked more radiant than in that moment when Jaehaerys took her arm from her father. The smile she gave him nearly stopped his heart. As they turned to ascend the steps to face the high septon, he worried that his legs might give way. It felt as if he had lost control over them, but it wasn't nerves or worry that caused it. It was the weight of what lay ahead, the realization of what their future together would bring. There would be no more chaperones, no more sneaking around, no more stolen moments or hidden kisses. Soon, she would be his, and he would be hers in a way they had never experienced before. When he faced the high septon, it took him a moment to remember the next steps, and he was relieved to recall them without prompting. He removed his cloak and watched as Margaery turned to present her back to him. His fingers trembled as he tied the strap around her neck, but when she turned to face him with that radiant smile, he found the strength to turn back toward the front. He watched as the high septon wrapped the silk around their hands, binding them together from that moment until the end of their days. Jaehaerys turned to look into her face, into her eyes, and found himself almost lost again. Feeling her hand tighten around his, he smiled and prepared to speak the words that would seal their fate. Father, he began. Smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger, I am hers and she is mine, from this day until the end of my days, he said. Their words echoed through the September as he heard her repeat the vow almost in perfect unison. He looked into her eager eyes and moved closer, feeling the warmth of her lips on his. In that moment, he was completely lost. They had shared many kisses before, but always in private, hidden from anyone who might dare to tell them they could not or should not. Now, in front of the entire realm, he made sure this kiss would compensate for all the times they had been kept apart. When he finally pulled away, he saw her radiant smile and heard her breathing just as deeply as he was. Although he longed to kiss her again, he returned her smile, and together they turned to face the high septon once more. Let it be known that Margaery of House Tyrell and Jaehaerys of House Targaryen are one heart, one flesh, one soul. Cursed be he who would seek to tear them asunder, the high septon declared. Jae could not have agreed more and would dare any man to try. Father, Smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger, I am his and he is mine, from this day until the end of my days, she said, echoing Jae's words almost perfectly. She looked at him and felt him lean toward her, their lips meeting again. In that moment, they were alone, the world around them fading away. They were no longer in the September, no longer in front of the realm. Her family, the lords and ladies, all disappeared. It was just the two of them. They were in the mazes of Highgarden, in the vaults of Casterly Rock, dancing in Lannisport, and strolling through the bustling streets of King's Landing. As she kissed him, it felt as if every moment they had ever shared together was happening all at once. Before she knew it, she was holding his hand in front of his mother. As she stood by the statue, she heard Jaehaerys introduce her as his wife. In that moment, a woman's voice echoed in her mind. "You are his, and he is yours. I leave him to you, Margaery of House Targaryen. My son's heart is yours to keep. Cherish it well, and know that I am watching over you both. You have my love, always." Whether that voice was real, a vision from the gods, or simply a manifestation of the emotions stirred by their first public kiss as husband and wife, she couldn't say. Yet the sentiment resonated deeply within her. Closing her eyes, she silently promised Lyanna that she would wrap Jay's heart within her own. Cheers erupted from inside the September, and Jay took her hand, leading her outside to the crowd. Their cheers grew louder as they saw her holding her husband's hand. He leaned in closer, whispering 5 words that made her nod in response. "I love you. Trust me." Moments later, as the rest of the guests emerged, Jay raised his hand, silencing the cheers. Tommen came running, carrying a cushion, which he placed in front of her. Margaery glanced at Jay, who smiled encouragingly, then turned to receive something wrapped in cloth from his aunt before facing the crowd. "Today, Margaery and I have said our vows in the light of the 7, in front of the gods. We have been named man and wife," Jay announced. She looked at him, and he leaned in close once more, whispering in her ear to kneel. Unsure if she had heard him correctly, she glanced at the cushion and then back at him. He nodded, confirming her uncertainty. As she knelt, she caught sight of the cloth falling away to reveal what he held in his hand, a crown. It was stunning, adorned with emeralds and rubies, with a large sapphire at its center. Despite its beauty, it was small and delicate, almost weightless in her eyes. "Now, here in front of you," Jay continued, a gleam of excitement in his voice. "Our people. The people we are sworn to serve. I ask you to bear witness to the crowning of your queen," Jay said. As he placed the crown on her head, Margaery felt a lightness to it, the weight barely registered at first. But as she looked out at the crowd, their gazes fixed on her, she understood the truth. The crown's weight wasn't in the metal itself, but in what it represented, the responsibility she accepted the moment it rested on her head. She turned to her grandmother and saw pride etched on her face. Her mother's expression was filled with love, while her father struggled against the tears that had threatened him throughout the day. In Jay's eyes, she saw everything: his pride, his love, and his happiness. He took her hand and helped her to her feet. "All hail Queen Margaery, long may she reign," Jay proclaimed, his voice ringing out. "Queen Margaery," the crowd echoed. "Queen Margaery and King Jaehaerys, long may they reign." As the cheers erupted from the gathered lords, ladies, and common folk alike, Margaery leaned into her husband. She moved closer, cupping his face in her hands, and kissed him deeply. She felt his arms wrap around her, and in that moment, she vowed that they would reign for a long time, and they would reign well. Chapter 130, Mr. and Mrs. Targaryen. King's Landing, 298 AC. The Wedding Feast. Tyrion had been anxious about whether she would arrive on time. He worried that the ship might not reach King's Landing, leaving him to endure the wedding and the feast alone. He had even cursed his nephew for not allowing him to take Ligeron and fly to fetch her, unaware that Jay had already dispatched one of the pinnacle ships to bring Arianne to the ceremony. So, the day before the wedding, Tyrion stood on the docks, watching as the Lion's Claw pulled in. His excitement surged. It was he, not someone else, who had been chosen to greet her. While some might view that as a slight, Given that he held no position on the small council and Arianne was both a princess and the ruler of one of their kingdoms, he knew she wouldn't see it that way. He felt grateful that his nephew hadn't asked anyone else to welcome her to the capital. When he finally saw her walking down the gangplank, the smile on her face mirrored his own. Try as he might, he didn't greet her with the perfect formality that protocol demanded. He chuckled to himself, realizing that he and Jay shared more in common than either had realized. Unfortunately, he didn't get to spend the night with her. Arianne chose to spend time with her family and bid farewell to her brother. Although he longed to offer her comfort, Oberyn suggested he wait until the next day. During the wedding ceremony, Tyrion struggled to focus on Jay and Margaery. His eyes kept drifting back to Arianne, who seemed to glance his way just as often. It wasn't until preparations for the feast began that he finally found a moment to be alone with her, well, as alone as anyone could be with the King's Guard, her personal guards, the royal guard, and the crowded room they were about to enter. The great and good of the realm were gathered, but Tyrion stood excitedly at Arianne's door, knocking and smiling as Jane Fowler opened it to let him in. He noticed the smile Jane shot him and the playful tone in her voice as she called back to Arianne, "Princess, Prince Tyrion has arrived." "Let him in, Jane, and perhaps you should hurry to ready yourself," Arianne replied. Tyrion took a deep breath at the sound of her voice. "My prince," Jane said with a curtsy as she left the room. Alone now, Tyrion waited for Arianne to emerge from her bedchamber. When she finally stepped out, she took his breath away. Though her dress was less revealing than some he had seen her wear, he had never thought she looked more beautiful than she did at that moment. Absence truly made the heart grow fonder, he mused as he gazed at her. Arianne's expression made it clear that she appreciated his admiration, and her smile seemed genuine. "My lion approves?" she asked, spinning around, and Tyrion found the view from behind just as captivating. "Very much so, my princess." No more words were exchanged. Arianne rushed to him, and before he knew it, they were locked in a deep, passionate kiss. Tyrion's hands roamed over her back, but only the impending wedding feast kept him from going further. He sensed her disappointment, yet he was relieved to see her understanding as their kisses softened over time. Neither of them wanted to stop, even as they both knew they must. "I missed you so much. I was worried when I heard you'd gone into battle," Arianne said, looking into his eyes. Your father, I'm so sorry," Tyrion replied, and she tried to muster a smile. "It is what it is, Tyrion. That it was natural is the one comfort I take. Do you? Does anyone know what happened?" Maester Miles said his heart gave out. "I think the reality of what he did, what he nearly." Arianne spoke softly, "He brought too much to Dorne. I think he also feared facing Oberyn's judgment." Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "You mean your uncle?" Arianne quickly replied, "Oh, gods no. I mean his scorn, Tyrion, his disappointment." "Quentyn, you saw him?" Tyrion asked, taking her hand in his. "I did. My brother is the same fool he has always been. While I wished him free, I can see why that can't be. He'd seek vengeance against Jay, and my rule would never be secure as long as he lurked in the shadows. But come, we have a wedding feast to attend and some issues to address." Arianne added with a smirk. "Take issue with?" Tyrion asked, confused. "Yes, take issue. I want to see what pleases and displeases me, so I know what I might allow at my own feast," she replied, her smile growing wider. "And how soon would you like your own to be, my princess?" he asked, smirking back. "Very soon, my lion," she said, leaning in to kiss him again. Tyrion usually found little joy in entering a room for a feast. Even though he had lost his father many years ago, he still vividly remembered how his father would look when he walked into the great hall at Casterly Rock. It had never felt the same with Jaime running the West, but that memory lingered in his soul, one he rarely managed to forget. Tonight, however, as he walked into the throne room, he felt 10 feet tall. He was a prince escorting his betrothed, a beautiful princess whom men would envy. For once, he felt justified in that envy. He, Arianne, Jaime, and Dany sat close together, while Aemon, Shiera, and Dany were next to them. In the middle sat House Tyrell, with House Lannister and Stark to their left. Jay had already seated Oberyn and Ellaria at the high table, while Jenna, Jerian, Kevin, and their partners occupied the seats tonight. Tyrion scanned the room and noticed Willas Tyrell and Garland among the guests. Loras sat a little further down the table, accompanied by the Stark children, Joy, and his cousins. He couldn't help but smile to himself, knowing there was no way his nephew had arranged the seating all on his own. "What's so funny?" Arianne asked, leaning in closer to him. "I was just thinking that if my nephew had his way, he would seat everyone he cared about at the high table, my family, yours, the Tyrells, the Starks, and even some of his council members if he could," he replied. "We'd need a much larger table," Arianne chuckled. "I know. I think he allowed the Queen to decide the seating arrangements," he said, and she turned to him, intrigued. "Why do you say that?" Arianne inquired. "My nephew is a smart man, but he's not that smart," he replied, and she nodded, understanding what he meant. Jay would see anyone not seated at the high table as a slight, and in some cases, it could be taken that way. But Margaery had made it clear that it was not. Her mother, father, and grandmother represented House Tyrell, while Jaime, Jenna, Jerian, and Kevin represented House Lannister. Only Jaime had previously sat with the king at the high table. Arianne, as Princess of Dorne, represented House Martell, and Ned Stark and Lady Elle represented House Stark. He, along with Aemon, Shiera, and Dany, represented House Targaryen. The four great houses of the realm were on full display, underscoring their importance and leaving no room for doubt. No slights were offered or accepted, and that required a different mindset than his nephew's. His Grace, King Jaehaerys, and Her Grace, Queen Margaery, the herald announced. As one, everyone rose as Jay led Margaery in. Tyrion thought they looked like the perfect couple, just as they had at the wedding itself, and even more so when Jay crowned Margaery in front of the people. Watching them wed had stirred different emotions within him. He was genuinely happy for them, and their happiness seemed real. Yet, he couldn't shake a twinge of envy. As Tyrion watched them enter the room, he felt a twinge of something, perhaps envy. Not that he begrudged them their happiness, rather, he was eager for his own wedding day to arrive. He glanced at Arianne, and it seemed she shared his longing. When the dishes began to arrive, Tyrion noticed Arianne moving in closer, her tension palpable. Curious about what might be troubling her, he scanned the room, feeling a flicker of the dragon within him awaken. But he couldn't identify any source of her discomfort, so he turned to her and asked directly, "Ari, is there something wrong? That woman, why does she look at me that way?" Arianne replied, her gaze fixed somewhere in the crowd. Tyrion looked around, initially seeing no one paying them any mind. "Which one?" he asked, prompting Arianne to gesture toward Daenerys, who was studying her with a watchful eye. A warmth spread through Tyrion's heart as he realized what Daenerys was doing. Cersei had never cared for him, but in Daenerys, he felt the bond of sisterhood he had always yearned for. Watching her assess the woman his brother was to marry, Tyrion felt more like a brother than he ever had with Cersei. Love swelled within him, and he found himself grateful for Daenerys' protective gaze. "My sister, Dany," he said, "I believe she's trying to decide if my betrothed is worthy of me." Arianne smiled at that. "Then I had better meet this dragon and prove myself," she said, taking his hand, kissing it softly, and leaning in closer. Willas watched from the sidelines, struck by how beautiful his sister looked. She had never seemed happier, both during the wedding and now at the high table. His sister was now married and a queen. Looking over at their grandmother, he sensed she shared in the joy, perhaps only second to Jay. When he saw Jay crowned outside the Great September, he was as shocked as anyone, especially Margaery. He knew his sister, mother, and grandmother had planned the wedding, the feast tonight, and the tournament, but a crowning had never been mentioned. That was something Jay had done on his own, and if he had any doubts about how he felt about his sister, that moment would have erased them all. He sat at the table beside Sansa and across from Garland and Leonette. Loras was with Robb and Cregan, while Arya sat with Gerion's daughter, Joy, and her cousins, along with a girl from Bear Island named after Jay's mother. Though he usually disliked the events at these feasts, where the dancing made him acutely aware of his limitations, tonight was different. It wasn't about him, it was about Jay and Margaery, and he could bear a little sadness if it meant seeing his sister so happy. "They look so good together, don't they?" Sansa remarked, drawing his attention. "They do. They look happy," he replied with a smile. "They are." "Are you enjoying it here?" she asked, and he glanced at her, momentarily wondering if she was aware of his feelings about the dancing. But then he realized she meant King's Landing itself. "I am. Being Master of Coin is interesting. Helping Jay and Margaery put the realm to rights, fixing the things that Robert didn't care about, I like it." "And the city?" she inquired, smiling before shaking his head. "It's a poor substitute for Highgarden, is it not?" he said, and she nodded in agreement. "Yet one I look forward to exploring," she said, giving him a curious look. "I had thought." "Willas," she interrupted, noticing his expression. "I had thought you would be heading back to Highgarden when father and mother leave, or perhaps even to the north," he said, trying to keep his disappointment in check. "I'm to be one of Margaery's ladies-in-waiting, so it seems you and I will be staying here a bit longer." "I will have to find new places for our walks," Sansa said with a smile. He couldn't help but smile back. The thought of staying in the city had filled him with dread, but their walks, their conversations, and the time spent together were the highlights of his days, something he didn't want to end any time soon. He marveled at how much she had grown since her time with them. The naivety and lack of understanding about the world had faded, replaced by a practicality and a unique perspective that often challenged him more than anyone else. "I'm so very pleased to hear that," he said, his sincerity evident. The smile she gave him was blinding, he could tell his words had meant something to her. "Oh, dancing," a voice called out, pulling his attention. He turned to see Jay standing up, asking Margaery for her hand. As he watched them make their way to the dance floor, he felt an unusual sense of contentment instead of jealousy. Seeing the genuine happiness on his sister's face filled him with joy. Like everyone else in the room, he noticed how perfectly they fit together. From the moment he had been brought into their world, he could see that they were two halves of the same whole. They complemented each other in both words and movements, each bringing something the other lacked. As he continued to observe them, he found his gaze drifting back to the girl beside him. When the first dance concluded, others quickly joined the king and queen on the floor. Willas noticed Garland and Leonette making their way to dance, along with Robb and Lady Winifred. Princess Daenerys danced with her uncle Aemon, and soon enough, most of the room was lost in the rhythm. Willas settled back in his chair, bracing himself for the familiar wave of sadness to wash over him. Just then, he felt a hand slip into his. He turned to see Sansa looking at him. Sitting beside him, her eyes were fixed on the dance floor, yet she never moved, never left his side. She held his hand throughout the evening's dances. As the night unfolded, her brother, cousin, and several other men asked her to dance, but each time, she politely declined. Willas watched as Jade danced with Joy, with Asha, with Lady Jenna, and with his mother. Not once did the king approach their table, nor did he ask his little sister to join him on the dance floor. Instead, Willas felt her hand in his every time the music began. It took him a moment to realize the significance of her choice, and when he did, he looked back at her. He saw that her gaze was on him the entire time. "Sansa, you shouldn't," he said, now understanding that she wasn't dancing because of him. "I'm doing exactly what I wish to," she replied, simply and firmly. "There's nowhere else I'd rather be." In that moment, he felt a pang in his heart as he looked at her, and everything became clearer. Willas would be lying if he said he hadn't thought about it. He wasn't a fool, he knew how politically advantageous a match could be. His grandmother had hinted at such a union more than once, and had even stated it outright a couple of times. Yet he had tried not to think of her in that way. The difference in their ages, coupled with his physical limitations, had kept him from daring to hope. Sansa deserved a knight who could joust, a man who could dance with her and crown her the queen of love and beauty. She deserved someone closer to her age, a man she would be proud to be seen with, not a man who was crippled and seen as he knew he was. So, he ignored his grandmother's wishes and suggestions, instead vowing to her friend that he cherished the time they spent together. It only reinforced his belief that he had made the right choice. She could never be his, and he would never doom her to a life with half a man, no matter how selfishly he wished it could be different. Willas sat quietly as the feast began to wind down. They had shared laughter and conversation, and he realized he enjoyed this night more than any other. When he heard Sansa yawn, he took her hand and escorted her back to her room. With each step, he felt the connection between them grow stronger. As they reached her door, he turned to bid her good night, and a familiar ache tugged at his heart. "I had a wonderful time tonight, Willas." "Truly wonderful," Sansa said, her smile radiant as she looked at him. "As did I. I got to do what I wished, and there was nowhere else I'd rather be," he replied, noticing the way her gaze lingered on him. Then, surprising him with her boldness, she leaned in and kissed him, a simple peck on the cheek, but it held so much meaning. Seeing a flicker of doubt in her eyes, Willas mirrored her gesture, and her smile widened. "Good night, Sansa," he said softly. "Good night, Willas," she replied, her voice trembling as she turned to enter her room. As he walked away, he allowed himself a moment of selfishness, feeling lighter than usual as his cane tapped against the ground. Perhaps he shouldn't deny them both something they clearly desired. Willas resolved to speak with his grandmother the next day about a hope he had dared not entertain before. Maybe he and Sansa could be like Jay and Margaery, two halves of a whole. Entering his room, he thought of Dany. Her nephew looked happier than anyone she had ever seen, beaming alongside his new bride, oblivious to the rest of the guests. She had felt a surge of joy watching him wed, grateful that, despite the life her brother had been denied, his son seemed to have found happiness. As for Margaery, Sansa found herself liking her. Despite their differences, they shared similarities, and the fact that she loved Jay only endeared her to Sansa even more. She knew that it wasn't just his crown she sought, which eased her tension a little. Watching them stand in front of everyone in the Great September, declaring their love for all to see, made her wonder if she would ever find someone for herself one day. When she saw Jay crown his queen in front of the September, pride swelled within her. He was not like so many men who had come before him, he was true to his word. The respect he showed for his queen and his willingness to listen to her were qualities that Daenerys deeply appreciated. She had pondered whether, as head of their house, he would eventually seek to marry her off. He had laughed at the thought, and she had almost struck him for it until he explained himself. "You are Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen, the Princess of Dragonstone, a dragon rider, and a warrior. I pity the man, king or not, who tries to tell you what to do, Aunt. But that man will never be me. You choose the life you lead and whom you marry, as long as he is worthy of you. Who am I to deny you anything?" "Worthy, like a lord or a prince?" she asked, even though she knew that wasn't what he meant. "Worthy as in of good heart and nature," Jay replied, making her smile. She had been contemplating whether such a man existed for her when she saw Tyrion enter. Her brother was walking with a beautiful woman, and it took Daenerys a moment to recognize her. Arianne Martell, the Princess of Dorne, Tyrion's betrothed. Daenerys narrowed her eyes, taking her in. When she had first heard about Tyrion's upcoming marriage and how he spoke of Arianne, she had felt a rush of happiness for him. But the more she learned about Dorne, its customs, and even the reputation of the princess, the more she wondered if her brother's betrothed would truly be worthy of him. Jay's words echoed in her mind. It felt strange to her to be protective of someone, yet Daenerys finally felt she had a true family, and she would do anything to ensure their safety, both physically and emotionally. She noticed that Tyrion and Arianne weren't dancing, and the princess danced only with her uncle. This was a point in Arianne's favor, as far as Daenerys was concerned. Throughout the night, she tried to enjoy herself while keeping an eye on the princess as best as she could. When Arianne danced with Aemon and then with Jay, her nephew noticed. "Has someone drawn my aunt's attention?" Jay asked, trying to see where she was looking. "No, just someone I'm keeping my eye on," she replied, but to her annoyance, Jay shifted her position so she could no longer see Tyrion and Arianne. "And should I be keeping my eye on this person too?" Jay asked, and Daenerys smiled, appreciating that he was looking out for her as she was for Tyrion. "No, it's Tyrion's betrothed," she said, and Jay chuckled. "I don't think Ari's your type, Aunt," he teased, causing her to pause her dancing until she realized he was joking. "That's not what I mean, and you know it, nephew," she said, pretending to be annoyed. "She's a good woman, Aunt. He loves her, and she loves him." "You should speak to her," Jay encouraged, looking at her earnestly. "Oh, don't worry, nephew, I will," she said determinedly. It took her some time to find the opportunity, as Tyrion seemed either to have the bladder of a much larger man or simply hadn't been drinking much. He never appeared to need a break. When he finally did leave, Daenerys stood up from her seat and approached Arianne, taking a seat beside the princess. They sized each other up, the older woman assessing her just as Daenerys did in return. "Princess Daenerys," Arianne greeted her. "Princess Arianne," Daenerys replied, her tone neutral, neither friendly nor hostile. "Are you enjoying the feast, princess?" Arianne asked. "How are you enjoying the feast?" "I am. My nephew and his new bride seem very happy, and it brings me relief to see them so. It warms my heart to witness my family being loved," Daenerys replied, locking eyes with Arianne. "As it does me." "Tyrion, too, feels happy that his nephew has found love," Arianne said. "My brother is a romantic, I fear," Daenerys said softly. "Fear? Why is that?" Arianne inquired, curious. "Romantics can be so captivated by the allure of romance that they rush into it, often without truly understanding the dangers they face. They risk leaving themselves vulnerable to heartache, especially if they encounter someone who seeks to take advantage of them," Daenerys explained pointedly. "Then it's fortunate your brother hasn't found someone like that, isn't it?" Arianne said, her gaze narrowing slightly. "Has he?" she added, her tone more direct than she intended, surprised to see Arianne smile in response. "You know, when Tyrion came to Dorne, he came as a Lannister. As you can imagine, my people were never fond of the lions. But times had changed. A lion had seen justice brought for my aunt and her children, at least that was how it appeared, since we were unaware of the dragon that hid. Tyrion came with my uncle, and Oberyn welcomed him, which intrigued me," Arianne said. "Did it now?" Daenerys asked, intrigued by where this was leading. "Very much so, just as much as it intrigued Tyrion himself. I'm a woman who sought challenges, princess, a woman who became bored very easily, thinking that would be the life I led," Arianne said, her voice softening. "Thought?" Daenerys asked, curious. "Until I met a lion who proved me wrong. A lion who satisfied me in ways no man ever had," Arianne admitted, and Daenerys felt herself blush at the look on the princess's face. They sat in silence, Arianne gazing into the distance while Daenerys studied her, trying to uncover the truth of the woman before her. "With men, I used to play games," Arianne began, her tone thoughtful. "I did it to amuse myself, to judge others, and to keep boredom at bay. But I've never played games with Tyrion, and I never would. I don't care what others think. I hope we get along for Tyrion's sake, but if we don't, it doesn't matter to me. He is mine, and I am his. Not even a dragon would scare me away." Daenerys smirked at Arianne's fierce loyalty. "Then we had best get along, for I wouldn't want my brother to choose between us." Arianne nodded in agreement. By the time Tyrion returned, Daenerys was laughing as Arianne regaled her with tales of Dorne. "You absolutely must visit, and stay longer than just for the wedding," Arianne insisted. Tyrion looked at them both with a hint of nervousness, but his expression brightened when Daenerys smiled at him, and he turned to see Arianne was smiling too. "I was just getting to know your betrothed, brother," Daenerys said as Tyrion took his seat. "I'm glad to see it," he replied, sounding much more relaxed. "I shall leave you both, brother, princess. I look forward to joining you in Dorne." As she stood from the table, Daenerys glanced around the room, spotting Sandor and Bell was in a lively debate over a plate of food. It seemed friendly enough, but she felt a tug to intervene. Just then, a voice called her name from behind, drawing her attention. "Princess Daenerys," Oraine Waters said, bowing as he approached. She noticed he was dressed in much fancier attire than usual. "Lord Waters," she acknowledged. "Oraine," he insisted with a smile. "Dany," she replied quickly, surprising herself with the informal tone. "May I have this dance, Dany?" Oraine asked, extending his hand. She nodded, allowing him to take it. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys Targaryen couldn't get enough of dancing with his wife. He cherished holding her in his arms, moving gracefully across the floor, and relished the way her smile made the rest of the room fade away. The music seemed to play just for them. It irked him a bit that he had to ask others to dance, because if he had his way, no one else would have felt his arms around them that night. But he understood he must, so he danced with Ellaria, with Asha and Jenna, with Joy and Shiera, and even with Daenerys. The fact that his aunt was being so protective of Tyrion boded well for the future, and the enjoyment of the feast indicated that the day had gone as well as he had hoped. Richard informed him that the food had been distributed to the people of Flea Bottom, shared as generously as they could with both the small folk and the lords. Following Jaime's advice, Jay tried to pay attention to the lords and ladies. He scanned the room for anyone who seemed less than enthusiastic, yet no matter how hard he focused, his gaze kept returning to his wife. Sitting with her at the table and attempting to engage in conversation was more challenging than ever. Each movement she made only stirred images of the night to come, her lips, her neck, a glimpse of her shoulder, Jay's thoughts consumed by her and her alone. He paid no mind to the others noticing his distraction that night, Abane's smirks, Ellaria's winks, Olenna's knowing looks. If people could see how he willed the night to end, how he wished for time to speed up, so be it. He noticed his uncle Ned giving him a polite nod and smiling more than he ever had, and Tyrion glanced his way more than once. There would be no betting tonight, no man would look upon his wife but him. The fact that Margaery felt the same way about him made him believe that his jealousy was both good and true. When the moment finally arrived, and Jaime gave him the signal, Jay could hardly contain himself, he almost ran over to kiss his father by choice. Instead, he reached down, took Margaery's hand, and raised it to his lips, kissing it gently and feeling her tremble slightly. As Margaery glanced at her mother and grandmother, Jay stood up and offered her a hand to help her to her feet. The room gradually quieted, all ears on him as he began to speak. "My lords and ladies," he said, addressing the gathering. "Her Grace and I thank you all for sharing this joyous occasion with us. The music will continue, and the food and drink will still flow. However, it's time for us to bid you all farewell." He glanced at Margaery, a smile on his face. "You have truly shown us great favor tonight, and His Grace and I are most appreciative. Please enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you for being part of this special day and night with us," Margaery added, her voice warm and inviting. Jay then turned to lead her from the room, with Arthur and Barristan falling into position behind them as they prepared to leave the hall. He offered a small nod to Lady Olenna and Jaime as they walked, moving slower than they both might have wished. The journey to their chamber felt eternal, but finally, they reached the door, stepped inside, and Jay turned to face his wife. Margaery looked flushed and nervous, and he stepped closer, kissing her softly. As he pulled away, he gazed into her eyes. "We can take our time," he said gently. "We'll do only what we're comfortable with. No one else matters, Marge, just you and me." She nodded, and together they walked into the bedchamber. Jay was keenly aware that the redness on Margaery's face was likely mirrored on his own. Once inside, he reached up and carefully removed the crown from her head, carrying it along with his own to the small chest where they rested. After placing them inside, he turned back to her, finding her gaze fixed on him as he approached. "We should undress," he suggested softly. She laughed, a sound full of joy. "And I thought we'd do this fully clothed," she replied, making him chuckle as well. It felt like a release of nerves. As she turned her back to him, Jay was surprised to find his fingers deftly working at the laces of her dress. He felt Margaery breathe a relieved sigh as the constraints of her gown fell away. "Was it really that tight?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. When she turned back to him, Margaery said, "It was fine, Jay." He nodded in response. They stood there for a moment, not moving, just gazing at each other, as if waiting for the other to make the first move. Jay broke the silence by beginning to remove his tunic, then his shirt. Standing there bare-chested, he noticed his wife's expression soften, a small smile creeping onto her face that filled him with hope. Jay watched as she slowly let her dress fall to the floor, revealing her in her small clothes and stockings. As Margaery stepped out of the dress, he reached down to pick it up and draped it over the chair. She smiled at him as he did so. When he turned back to her, he found her sitting on the bed, her stockings rolled away and the covers pushed to one side. He observed her slide beneath the sheets, and when he began to remove his breeches, her gaze locked onto him. He took his time, though it was mostly nerves that made his hands move so slowly. Standing there in his small clothes, he noticed the eagerness in her eyes, and when he saw her hands slip under the covers, he watched as her small clothes hit the floor. "You should take them off," Margaery said, her voice carrying an unfamiliar, hungry tone. Slowly, he obeyed her, this time driven by her desire rather than his own nerves. Her eyes remained fixed on him as he stood before her, completely naked. Jay felt her gaze roam down his body, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of him, his manhood for the first time. He hoped the widening of her eyes was a good sign, not one of fear or disappointment. He wasn't surprised that he was almost fully erect. From the moment he had seen her in her small clothes, he had felt himself responding. "Come to me," he said softly. "Come to bed, husband," Margaery said. As he lifted the covers, he caught a brief glimpse of her nakedness. Though he was sorely tempted to keep the covers up and admire her in all her glory, the shy look on her face made his decision for him. Instead, he climbed in beside her, soon lying on his back, barely able to meet her gaze. If it weren't for her hand reaching out to touch his face, he might have remained that way for the rest of the night. "Kiss me, Jay," she said softly. He turned to her, locking eyes, and before he knew it, she was in his arms, and he was kissing her as deeply as he ever had. Margaery felt a shiver deep within her core with each brush of his body against hers. Her hands itched to roam and explore every inch of him, just as she longed for him to do the same to her. Seeing him so captivated by her presence ignited a small fire inside her, one she wished to see blaze into an inferno. A dragon's flames, she thought, as she felt his hand glide across her breast. The books, her grandmother, her mother, they all spoke of what you could do, but only her mother had truly shared the feelings that might accompany such moments. "Jay," she breathed, feeling him kiss her neck, then her shoulder, before looking down to see him move toward her breast. "Jay," she whispered again as he kissed her breast and took her nipple into his mouth. The sensation was unlike anything she could have ever imagined. When he had touched her breast the other day, she thought nothing could match that feeling, but this, gods, his mouth. She arched her body up as he gently bit down, her nipple caught softly between his teeth, and she could barely look at him. When he moved away, she almost wanted to pull him back, but then she felt it again as he kissed her other breast, drawing closer to the. Margaery felt a wave of sensation wash over her, a shudder coursing through her body. Jay's manhood had brushed against her thigh, close to her center, and when she looked down into his eyes, she could see that he had noticed too. He shifted from her breast, moving closer to her, and her gasp was only heightened by the intensity in his gaze. Then they were kissing, and she anticipated feeling his weight pressing down on her, only to realize he was skillfully avoiding it. A smile broke across her face between kisses as she playfully bit his lip. Jay began, but the words faded as he brushed against her once more, the moment stealing his thought. He kissed her again before trailing down her neck, gently biting her, and then returning to her breast. This time, while his mouth focused on one, his hand explored the other, his fingers teasing her nipple as his tongue did the same. The dual sensations brought back that familiar feeling, a rising pleasure that she soon found herself longing for again. How long this continued, she couldn't tell, but the intensity seemed to plateau, leaving her craving more. Whether he sensed it in her eyes, felt it in the way she moved, or if he had always planned what came next, only Jay could know. He began to kiss his way down to her stomach, his tongue exploring slowly. The cool air on her breast contrasted with the warmth of his kisses, making her nipples stand firm. When he reached her belly button, running his tongue inside, she gasped. But what he did next left her breathless. He kissed lower, beneath her belly button, and continued his tender exploration between her thighs. "Jay?" she asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Surely, he wasn't about to do what it seemed. "Trust me, my love," Jay replied, and a moan escaped her lips as she felt his tongue move between her. The sensation of his lower lips against hers was unlike anything she had ever imagined, nothing she had dared to dream it could be. Each kiss, each sweep of his tongue, sent her spiraling between wanting more and wishing he would stop. Thankfully, he didn't seem in a hurry to do either, at least at first. His kisses were slow, his tongue savoring every moment. Her legs parted on their own, and suddenly, she felt him everywhere. His cheeks brushed against her thighs, his hand rested on her stomach, and his lips and tongue explored every inch in between. Her breathing quickened, her hips instinctively rising from the bed. Jay's hand held her in place, and his tongue offered no respite. Not that she wanted him to stop. Something within her began to rise, building and building, until it broke free when his tongue found that special spot. She gasped, nearly crying out loud. He recognized the effect he had on her, as if it were a gift from the gods, finding that spot again and again. "Jay," she breathed, "oh gods." It felt like a release of energy, an explosion that rocked her entire body. She shivered and shook, finally pushing him away, overwhelmed by the sensations. Once she calmed, she looked into her husband's eyes and saw worry and concern, though there was no need for it. Words escaped her for a moment. "Marge, are you? Have I hurt you?" Jay asked, his voice filled with anxiety. She shook her head vigorously. He had done anything but hurt her. When she finally found her voice, she beckoned him closer. As he moved, she shuddered at his touch, her eyes locking onto his. She brought him close and kissed him, tasting something sweet on his lips. It took her a moment to realize it was her own taste. Rather than being unpleasant, it was quickly forgotten, and their kisses turned soft. That was. She started, her voice breathless. "It was good?" He asked nervously, and she nodded, a smile breaking across her face. Marge nodded, a smile spreading across her face as she looked at Jay. "How?" "Oberyn gave me a book," Jay admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Marge couldn't help but laugh a little. "We should, Jay." "We must," she said, and he nodded in agreement. "Are you?" he asked, his gaze searching hers. She smiled and reached down between them, her fingers finally finding him. Slowly, she ran her hand up and down his length, watching as he closed his eyes. The expression on his face told her that she was giving him pleasure too. Remembering what the book had said, she slowed her movements, trying to maneuver him between her legs. To her dismay, she realized she couldn't quite manage it. "Jay, you need to," she urged. He opened his eyes, locking onto hers, and then he moved, brushing against her once again. "Go slow," she instructed, and he nodded. It felt too big, as if it could never fit. When he began to push, she gasped softly, and Jay immediately stopped, concern flooding his features. "Are you all right?" he asked. Though she wasn't, she understood they had to go through with this. Tomorrow, people would take their sheets and look for evidence that they had indeed coupled. He pushed again and again, and she winced, eventually crying out loudly when she felt something give. In that moment, she wasn't sure if she'd passed out or if it just felt that way. What she did know was that Jay was speaking softly, asking if she was hurt and apologizing repeatedly. She looked at him, seeing the worry etched on his face. I think it's fine. We can," she said, and he looked at her anxiously. "Please, Jay," she urged. He began to move slowly, and though it hurt for a while, she could see the effort it took him. His pleasure was rising, yet he never pushed too far or moved too quickly. After some time, she started to feel a bit numb to the discomfort. Reaching around to his back, she almost pulled him closer, and Jay looked at her, seeking her confirmation. She nodded, and he quickened his pace, moving with more urgency as their connection deepened. She realized she wasn't being hurt. How long it lasted, she didn't know, but she could see him straining and felt something shift inside her. Looking up at his face, she believed he had reached his peak, and his soft moan confirmed her thoughts. When he pulled away, she winced again. He immediately asked if she was okay. Her lips provided an answer for now as she kissed him and then got off the bed. A sharp pain between her legs caught her attention, and she noticed some blood on both her skin and the sheets. Jay quickly jumped up to help her to the privy. After she cleaned herself and Jay changed the sheets, they settled back into bed, and she rested her head on his chest. "I'm sorry," Jay said, prompting her to turn and look at him. "It didn't hurt as much as I thought, Jay. And that thing with your tongue. I felt pleasure too." "I hurt you," he said, sadness creeping into his voice. She leaned over and kissed his cheek. "Did you feel good?" "Was I?" she asked nervously. He kissed her gently and replied, "You are more than I ever hoped for. I've never felt anything like this before." Before long, they drifted off to sleep. When she woke the next morning, there was a slight discomfort, but another thought occupied her mind. She recalled what the books, along with her grandmother and mother, had said, "The first time may hurt, but it gets better, Margaery. Unless it's terrible, it gets better." As she looked at her husband sleeping beside her, she smiled. The first time was good, she wondered just how much better it could get. In King's Landing, in the year 298 AC, Ned was surprised to be called to see his nephew, the king, the morning after his wedding. He had expected Jaehaerys to keep things light for a few days, but in a way, he was glad he hadn't. If he was honest with himself, he wanted to know if his nephew and his new wife had enjoyed a pleasant wedding night. It would bode well for the future if they were as in tune in this aspect as they seemed to be in others. Ned found himself reflecting on the challenges of his own experience as he made his way to the King's Solar. The thought of returning home to the north grew more appealing with each step. He knew he had to stay for the tourney and publicly swear his fealty, but his heart longed for Winterfell, where he wished his child would be born. Every day spent in King's Landing increased the chances of his child being born in the south, and while there was no shame in that, he knew some would look down on them for it. As he passed Ser Walder and Ser Loras, he nodded in acknowledgement. The young Tyrells seemed happy enough, which reassured Ned that things hadn't gone disastrously. He felt a sense of relief, especially considering the way Jaehaerys looked at his new bride. The affection between them was clear, and Ned couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness amidst his happiness for his nephew. The wedding ceremony, while joyous, reminded him of what could have been. He thought of Lyanna, wondering how she might have felt witnessing her son both crowned and wed. Entering the room, he spotted Jae and Jaime Lannister seated at the table, but the queen was absent, which made him uneasy. "Your Grace," he greeted. "Please, Uncle, just Jaehaerys replied, a smile on his face as he shook his head. "Is Her Grace not joining us, Your Grace?" Ned asked, noticing Jae's eyes roll at the formal title. "Margaery is with her family, Uncle. They, like the realm, want to know every detail of our wedding night," Jae said, casting a sidelong glance at Jaime Lannister. "I only asked if it was pleasant, that's all." "You're lucky you haven't encountered Jenna," Jae added, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Not for Daisy yet, Jaime said, and Ned chuckled at the panicked look that spread across the king's face. "Uncle, I've asked you here to explain my plans for the North," Jaehaerys said a moment later, and Ned looked at him, confused. "Plans for the North?" he asked. "Queenscrown, Uncle. I intend to rebuild the keep and the lands around it, including the village, and to name a new lord for it and for Brandon's gift," Jaehaerys explained. "The Watch?" Ned inquired. "They will be suitably compensated. As for the North itself, I will be returning the new gift to the North under the Warden of the North. It is yours to do with as you see fit, other than Queenscrown, of course." "You intend to name new lords in Brandon's gift?" Ned asked, surprised. Jaehaerys nodded. "When my mother married my father, Uncle, the Pact of Ice and Fire was enacted. It allows me to give the new gift back to the North. Brandon's gift, however, has a caveat." "Which is?" Ned prompted. "Only a member of House Targaryen or House Stark can be lord of it." "You intend for your family to be there?" Ned said, stunned. "One of my children or grandchildren is the only one who can rule it, Uncle. You are a member of House Stark, not of both. So I can either leave Brandon's gift as it is or do with it what I must." "My lords won't be happy with this, Your Grace," Ned said, knowing there would be some who would be very displeased. "Why?" "They're getting back the new gift," Jaime interjected. "A strip of land 25 leagues across, Lord Jaime," Ned replied, and Jaehaerys looked at him. "From coast to coast, and good land too. Both the land in Brandon's gift and the new gift are among the most fertile lands in the North, and they're uninhabited, unused. The Watch has never fully utilized them," Jaehaerys explained. "With the men you sent," Ned began, only for Jaehaerys to shake his head. "Lords and people, Uncle. That's who needs to use the land. These lands have great potential, my lords and ladies. I plan to place both of you in charge of Brandon's gift, and I trust you'll do the same in the new gift. Your lords may grumble at first, but soon enough, they'll be scrambling for our favor, hoping to be appointed to the new lands. What compensation will you offer the Watch, Your Grace?" "I'll ensure that the taxes are paid. Each region is required to contribute 5% per year. From now on, they will do so. When the gifts were given to the Watch, it was under the assumption they would use them to become sustainable. They did not, and I will not allow that land to go to waste." "Very well. Another great house in the North can only be a good thing," he said, noticing his nephew glance at Jaime before looking back. "House Targaryen swears directly to the crown, Uncle." "What?" he replied, annoyance creeping into his voice as he momentarily forgot his manners. "House Targaryen swears only to the crown. My child or grandchild will be sworn to King's Landing, not to House Stark," Jaehaerys explained. "You cannot mean." "I cannot have a house in the North that is not sworn to mine own, Your Grace. And yet you can have the Night's Watch not sworn to you, Uncle. On matters concerning the North, House Targaryen will defer to House Stark, but they will not be obligated to do so. We are allies, uncle, not vassals. And I'm just supposed to accept this, he said, a hint of annoyance in his tone. You won't be the only one who has to, trust me. Lord Stark, the West will also be gaining an additional house that isn't one of our bannermen, Jaime chimed in. As will my wife's family, uncle. This is no slight to the North. If you want to see the bigger picture, pay close attention to what unfolds in the Stormlands and beyond. Here, you're gaining not just more land but an extra layer of protection between the Wall and the North itself. As I mentioned, House Targaryen will rise to defend the North against external threats, but I cannot. I will not have any house but my own as overlord over my blood. He sat in contemplation. Was he being unreasonable? The extra land would bring in coin and lift spirits, and yes, the added layer of protection would be beneficial. Having a Targaryen house in his territory could pose a problem, but they were now tied to House Targaryen by blood. Perhaps he was being a bit hasty. Forgive me, Your Grace, I need some time to come to terms with these changes. I may have spoken out of turn, he said, glancing at his nephew. Here, in private, uncle, I encourage people to always speak their mind. He bid his nephew farewell and left the room. No doubt, there would be others who took issue with what Jaehaerys had decided. He imagined his initial reaction would be echoed by the other lords of the North. Still, they had received a boon today as well, and perhaps he should focus on that. In King's Landing, in 298 AC, Margaery felt a mixture of relief and tension. Her grandmother and mother seemed pleased that her wedding night had gone so well. Both were relieved she hadn't experienced too much discomfort, and they were even more delighted when she shared that she had felt pleasure. However, what displeased her grandmother and father was the prospect of having a House Targaryen in the Reach. Where that house would be established had yet to be determined. It seemed inevitable that she would end up arguing with them both. Enough, the both of you, she said firmly. Your Grace, her father responded, surprised. This is to be my child or my grandchild's seat, more than likely. Your kin, she stated, looking at them both. Who is to be forsworn to another house, Your Grace, her grandmother interjected. My house. My husband's house. Jay has given you a queen, a seat on the small council, and a Kingsguard for a son. Our house is more favored than it has ever been. Yet you both bicker as if you have a choice in this, as if you are not receiving far more than you ever wished for. She spoke with rising anger. Margaery, her grandmother said. No, grandmother. This is happening, so deal with it, Margaery replied, rising and walking out of the room. She barely acknowledged Willas and Sansa as she passed them, heading instead to her and Jay's chamber. Inside, she found her husband and Jaime Lannister sitting together, sharing a laugh. Margaery? Jay asked, looking up at her. Jaime stood to leave, but Margaery stopped him. Please, Lord Jaime, stay. I know we have more meetings ahead. She walked into her bedchamber, hearing Jay follow her. After drinking some water, she turned to see concern etched on her husband's face. Marge? It's nothing. Father and grandmother didn't like your plans, she said, forcing a smile. Neither did my uncle, Jay replied, prompting a small laugh from her. He wrapped his arms around her, and she embraced him tightly, savoring the comfort for a moment before pulling back to look at him. Who's first? She asked. Lord Tytos and Lord Jonos. She nodded, following him into the other room. Taking her seat, she offered Jaime a smile as she settled in. The hand glanced at Jay, who seemed to reassure him further. It felt like quite some time before Lord Jonos and Lord Tytos finally arrived. Margaery wondered if the wait had truly been that long or if her earlier meeting with her grandmother and father had been much shorter than she realized. She looked at Jay, who reached out and squeezed her hand, then turned her attention to the two lords. My lords, she greeted. Your Grace, Your Grace, they responded in turn. My lords, the Riverlands are in need of change. With House Tully practically no longer in existence, we find ourselves in need of loyal lords to serve as our Lord Paramount and to implement necessary changes, she said, capturing their eager attention. His Grace has named Lord Darry as the Riverlands envoy, an additional voice for the Riverlands here in King's Landing. Lord Darry will also be reclaiming the lands stolen from him by the usurper. Your Grace, Jono said. Brandon Stark will be named Lord of Riverrun. In time, he may choose a new name, but House Tully is no more, and my cousin's lands will be reduced. He won't be Lord Paramount, Your Grace? Jonos asked, and Jay shook his head. Lord Tytos, we would name you our Lord Paramount of the Trident, however, there are some conditions, Jay said, looking at the Lord himself while Margaery turned her gaze to Lord Jonos. Conditions, Your Grace? Jonos inquired. House Blackwood and House Bracken have always had a fractious history. The rights and wrongs of it concern me not, I only care about ending it. Fortunately, Her Grace has come up with a solution, Jay said, pride evident in his voice as he glanced at Margaery. Lord Blackwood, your heir Brynden, and Lord Bracken, your eldest daughter Barbara, neither are wed nor matched. Although weddings between your houses have not succeeded in the past, this one will, Margaery announced. The two lords exchanged glances, neither arguing just yet. Your grandson from this marriage would be Lord Paramount of the Trident, Lord Bracken, regardless of any other claim, she continued. Regardless? Tytos asked, raising an eyebrow. Brynden and Barbara are to marry, my lords. But life is unpredictable, heirs can fall. Should the worst ever happen, then, unlike with other rights of inheritance, it would be the child of that union who inherits, not a second or third son, Margaery explained as Jay handed her the proclamation. We seek to bring you together. Do you accept? Jay asked, looking at Jonos. I find this acceptable, Jonos replied. Margaery then turned to Tytos. I can live with this accord, he said. Excellent, my lord. Tomorrow we'll have your oath of fealty and name you our new Lord Paramount, Jay declared. Margaery smiled as the lords expressed their thanks before leaving. They decided to pause for lunch, neither of them wanting to leave the room just yet, while Jaime headed off to speak with Dacey and spend time with his family. Margaery felt a sense of accomplishment today. Her idea had proven to be a good one, and she looked forward to doing more like it in the future. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen was struggling to concentrate. During the meeting, while eating lunch, and just sitting in the same room with his wife, everything felt incredibly challenging. Every time he glanced at her, memories of the night before flooded his mind. He had been so nervous, as had she, but it had turned out far better than he had feared and even exceeded his hopes. Both Jaime and Oberyn had given him advice that left him blushing like a green boy, a fitting description, given his inexperience in this part of the world. Oberyn had even handed him a book filled with tips, and as if that wasn't embarrassing enough, the women in his life, Dacey, Ellaria, and Shiera, had offered their insights as well. Each of them emphasized the same crucial point: go slow and make it enjoyable for your wife. That proved to be quite a challenge at times. Holding back his own instincts and denying himself pleasure for as long as he could had been difficult. Yet, it seemed to have made the night enjoyable for Margaery, and that was worth everything to him. Watching her dress, sharing breakfast, seeing her engage with her family about their plans, and now observing how adeptly she handled the River Lords, Jay was in awe of her. To him, everything about her was perfect: her intelligence, her beauty, her grace. His mother and father may have believed he was destined to be a king, but there was no doubt in his mind that Margaery was born to be a queen. That she was his queen, his wife, and that they would share their lives together. If Jay didn't believe in the gods, that alone would be enough to convince him of their existence. Jay? Margaery asked, looking at him. Sorry, I was just thinking about my wife, he replied with a small smirk. Margaery soon returned to his side. "I'm right here, you know," she said. "That still doesn't stop me from thinking of you," he replied, earning a kiss from her. Just as the kiss was about to deepen, there was a knock at the door. Tommen announced that Shireen, Lady Sellis, and Ser Davos had arrived to see them. Jay instructed his squire to let them in and turned to Margaery, who nodded in response. Ser Davos was an older man from Flea Bottom, who had risen to knighthood for smuggling food into Storm's End during the siege. This act had earned him a title and a keep, but he had also lost the fingers of one hand, a punishment Stannis deemed just for crimes that had nothing to do with him. Jay did not agree with that sentiment. Lady Sellis, a member of House Florent, had large ears that were not her most striking feature. Jay couldn't help but notice the hair on her upper lip. He felt Margaery's elbow nudge him as he stared too long. As for his cousin, Shireen was a shy, timid girl. She, too, had the distinctive Florent ears along with Baratheon blue eyes, but it was the grayscale that marred half her face that most would notice. Jay chose not to focus on that. Instead, he offered her the warmest smile he could muster and saw surprise flicker across her face, especially when she noticed Margaery doing the same. "Please, sit," he said. After exchanging polite greetings and addressing Davos as Ser, Jay was ready to discuss the reason for their gathering. He hadn't spoken more than a word or two to them since their arrival, having allowed Ser Davos to speak with Stannis and giving them time to settle in before he was sent to the wall. The plans he had for them would be both generous and restrictive, and he wondered how they would react. But first, he needed to ease the nerves that both women were showing and address the suspicion emanating from Ser Davos. "Did you know that you and I are kin, Lady Shireen?" "Cousins by blood," he said with a smile. "I do, Your Grace. My great-grandmother was Princess Rhaelle Targaryen, the youngest daughter of Aegon the Unlikely and Betha Blackwood," Shireen replied, her voice brightening as she spoke about something she cherished. "She was indeed, cousin." "Did your father tell you that?" he asked, noticing her expression darken for a moment. "I read it, Your Grace," she said softly. "You like to read?" Margaery inquired, and the girl nodded eagerly. "Then perhaps while you're here, you could spend some time with my Uncle Aemon. No one knows more about the books in our library than he does, and he's your kin too," he suggested. Shireen looked to her mother and then back at him, smiling as she nodded in agreement. "We've asked you, your mother, and Ser Davos here to discuss your future, Shireen, to plan for it," Margaery said. Jay smiled at the girl again and gave her mother and Ser Davos a nod that he hoped conveyed friendliness, noticing the knight relax a bit. "You are to be the Lady of Storm's End, cousin," Jay announced, watching as Sellis and Ser Davos both let out relieved breaths. "I thank you, Your Grace. May I ask about my other cousin, Edric?" Shireen inquired, and Jay was glad to see her care for her family. "Edric is to be given a small keep in the Reach, near his mother's family," he explained, observing Sellis' surprise. "Thank you, Your Grace," Shireen responded. "What of the Stormlands, Your Grace?" Ser Davos asked. "The Stormlands have now risen against my family twice, Ser Davos. I offered Lord Stannis the chance to stand down, but he refused and faced his own judgment. As for the Stormlands, it too has been judged. Summerhall is to be rebuilt as the seat of our firstborn child, and the loyalist houses will swear fealty directly to House Targaryen of Summerhall. The other houses will be sworn to a new lord. Paramount of the Stormlands, one who will face some stricter provisions," he said. Davos looked at him and nodded, a hint of sadness in his expression. "Actually, a lady paramount, husband," Margaery replied, her tone much softer than his. "Indeed, my wife. Lady Shireen, who would name you my new Lady Paramount of the Stormlands. It may be a reduced Stormlands, but it is a kingdom all the same. Should you accept this title and the ladyship of Storm's End, there are certain restrictions related to both, however." "Because of my family?" Shireen asked quietly. "He confirmed. What restrictions, Your Grace? Ser Davos inquired. Jay took a piece of paper and handed it to them. It detailed increased taxes, a regent approved by the crown, restrictions on armed men, and the final point, a crown-approved marriage. He noticed Ser Davos frown as he passed the paper to Celis. Shireen took it from her mother and read through it quickly, far faster than either Davos or Celis had. When she finished, she looked at him with a maturity that belied her 9 name days. We agree, Your Grace. I only ask that whatever husband you decide for me, you give me a little time before we are wed, Shireen said, her voice shaky yet firm. He didn't need to turn to see Margaery's expression. Instead, he brushed his finger over her hand, allowing her to explain things more clearly to provide comfort to the girl. We would never decide your husband, Lady Shireen. Rather, we wish to approve the match, just as your father or mother would. Should you find yourself wishing for a particular match, we would take that into serious consideration. Rest assured, we will not force a match upon you. The same goes for a regent, we would ask for your suggestions for both. While we may not always agree, we will certainly consider your feelings. You are my husband's kin, and we'd like to start from that place as we move forward, Margaery said, and he saw Shireen nod in understanding. Shireen smiled a little. Could Ser Davos be my regent? She asked excitedly, then suddenly panicked and added, Your Grace. Jay had to turn his head to the side to hide his smirk. I cannot. I'm not qualified, my lady, Your Graces, Davos replied. But I trust you, Ser Onion Knight, Shireen insisted. I trust him, Your Graces. I'd ask you to consider it, Jay said, looking at Margaery and seeing her approval reflected in her eyes. He turned back to his cousin, wishing that their relationship could be different if it weren't for her father's stubbornness. Now, he had to think like a king, not as a cousin, and he felt forced to impose restrictions on the Stormlands that would only be shared by the Vale. Jay cursed House Baratheon, regretting that he hadn't followed his first instinct to remove its name from the realm entirely, though he knew he couldn't. There is no need to consider it, cousin. Ser Davos is a fine and worthy choice, and you have our approval to name him regent, Jay declared. He was rewarded with a blinding smile from Shireen. Even the grayscale couldn't diminish her joy, he thought happily. Tomorrow, you'll be asked to swear fealty in the throne room, Lady Shireen. You, your mother, and Ser Davos can also spend as much time with your father as you'd like before he leaves, Margaery said. Thank you, Your Grace, Shireen replied. They spoke for a few more moments, and Davos seemed more relaxed. Lady Celis, though quiet, also appeared happier than she had been, even if her face remained locked in the same expression. Jay recalled that Dany had told him about the bond between Lady Celis and Lady Melisandre, and how she was interested in the workings of the Red God, something that might prove useful in the future. For now, he listened to his cousin as she spoke. She was smart, kind, and thoughtful, and he wondered if there was anything that could be done to help her. Jay glanced at Shireen's face, noting the grayscale scars that marred her beauty. Without them, she would be much happier and face far less judgment from others. He resolved to speak with his uncle and Grandmaster Gorman. If there was a way to help her, he would make it happen. That went well, I think, he asked Margaery as they stepped outside, the day fading into night as he looked out the window. I think it did. She's a sweet girl, Jay. It's a shame her father acted so foolishly. It is. Are you hungry? He inquired, and she nodded in response. How about we eat here? I'm not in the mood for a proper dinner. Or do you wish to be alone with your wife? She teased, a lopsided grin spreading across her face as she moved closer to him. Always, he replied, pulling her into his arms. Perhaps we should retire once we've eaten, husband, she suggested, her smirk widening and her eyebrow raised in playful inquiry. Now that, my love, is the best idea I've heard all day, he said, lifting her up and carrying her to the bed, her laughter ringing in the air. I thought we were eating first, she asked softly. We have time until our meal arrives. I say we spend it in bed. Now that's the best idea I've heard all day, Margaery said, and he chuckled as he closed the door behind them.